Hey, what's up, everybody? We're going to wait for a few more people to get in here, but we have got an ongoing wildfire outbreak happening in Oklahoma. And we also have an ongoing, or about to be getting underway, tornado outbreak. Please let me know if you can hear me. I think I was having some trouble with my audio. But if you can hear me, let me know. If not, I'll type something in the chat. But we've got a few people in here, so I'm going to go ahead and start talking about some of this. So we've got this huge mid-latitude cyclone, and you can kind of see it spinning over here in the satellite image, just over Kansas up there, and along with it is a lot of dry air coming in behind it from the deserts of New Mexico and whatnot. And you can see from I-44 all the way up I-35 in Oklahoma over there, they've got quite a few wildfires that continue to spread. So if you're in that area, I would definitely be on your toes and heed any evacuation warnings. We've also got some more fires that are in southern Oklahoma, and of course some that are in western Oklahoma over here near the Texas Panhandle, plus an ongoing fire in the actual Texas Panhandle up near Perryton. This is just a very dynamic situation right now. And then, of course, we have our severe weather with an ongoing tornado watch in parts of Missouri, Arkansas, and into portions of Illinois. Excuse me. So it's definitely gonna get a little crazy here as time progresses in that portion of the country. Missouri, St. Louis, definitely watch out because this stuff is coming your way. Springfield's getting it right now, and it's only going to get worse as time goes on. And then, of course, you can see I've got in the lower right-hand corner of the screen, you can see all of the different wildfires across the area. The pink shaded area is critical fire weather conditions and red flag warnings. All the way from South Texas, Central Texas, pretty much the entire state except for far East Texas, and far West Texas is under critical fire weather or extreme fire weather conditions. So it's a very dynamic situation. And then we've got this that was posted a little while ago, about 4:21 or 4:25 p.m. By NWS Norman. Chickasha is in the immediate path of this fire, so I had that pulled up and just kind of keep an eye on that for everyone. And then we will see if they've made any new posts. So it says winds have come down slightly from their peak, but we have still seen numerous 50 to 60 gusts. These will continue for the next several hours before dropping to 30 or 40 after 8 p.m. So it looks like we are at the peak of the wildfire outbreak going across Oklahoma, and the wind should tend to die down going towards sunset. But that doesn't mean that these fires aren't going to keep going, but it should help that winds are not in the 50 to 60 mile an hour range. But it's just a really dynamic situation, and I'm going to try and keep you guys updated as it happens. I may go live tomorrow too during what will likely be a historic tornado outbreak. Sounds good. Thanks, Liz. I really appreciate you letting me know. But this is a pretty dynamic situation. For those of you on the stream, I'm going to make a note on here. I may be getting up and doing things around my house while I have this stuff going, and then I'll come back and talk every now and then. For now, I'm going to sit tight, but I do have to make dinner and do some other things, and I'd like to kind of keep the live stream going. And then tomorrow, the same thing will probably be true. whenever the tornado out. That's the real big day is tomorrow. There's a rare day 2 high risk issued for portions of Dixie Alley, and we can go ahead and take a look at that now. I'm going to go ahead and give you guys a peek at that. So let's go ahead and put this full screen here. And Saturday has a high risk across portions of Mississippi and Alabama, including Birmingham. This is just not a good scenario for this area. I've seen comparisons to 2011. There's no real other way to put it. This could definitely be that kind of tornado outbreak. I'm not saying that it would be at the same level, but you just never know with these kinds of systems. The fact that this is a day 2 high, which is only the third one in history, as far back as we can view the historical data from the SPC, it's only the third time that that's happened. So it's a very, very, very serious situation going to be unfolding across the South, from basically the Gulf Coast, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, parts of the Florida Panhandle, going all the way up into Tennessee and Kentucky, and then of course you've got a marginal risk going all the way up to basically into Canada. But the heart of the tornado outbreak is going to be in the enhanced, moderate, and high risk, which is the orange, red, and pink shaded areas. But then again, but that doesn't mean that if you're in the slight or in the marginal that you should not be on the lookout, because anything can happen in any of these areas in this kind of dynamic environment. So it's definitely important to keep an eye on the news. So that's what's going on here. Let's see if I can... I'm trying to get this to scroll to the other side. There we go. So definitely stay tuned here. I'm going to try and keep things going. We can take a look at the radar. I don't see any current. There are no current tornado warnings. We have 13 severe thunderstorm warnings. We have some special weather statements, and we've got a pretty large tornado watch. So this is definitely an unfolding situation, and we will keep you posted as best as I can. Yeah, some areas, I mean, that's the thing with these, Liz. Sometimes some areas are not going to see any severe weather. Other areas are going to see a lot of it. These SPC risks are all about probability. Now, given what we see with the HER, and I'll pull this up on Pivotal Weather so that you guys can take a look at it in full screen here. Let's break this down to the regional area. We'll go Southeast US, and then I'll pull up some of the severe weather parameters. We'll do 0 to 3 run max, and we'll pull up 18Z. These are the helicity tracks, which basically just shows storm rotation for... Let's see if I can zoom. I can't. I'm trying to get this to zoom in. Hope if I can find the right button on my keyboard. Okay, so you can see this is why the SPC has gone high risk. I mean, this whole area right here, there's just going to be numerous violent tornadoes tomorrow. Violent to strong. That doesn't mean everyone's going to see them, but the people who do see them are going to be in pretty serious danger tomorrow. So this is a big, big weather event tomorrow in particular, but also tonight for portions further north. So let's go ahead and take a look at the Missouri Valley. This is really, really concerning for tonight. My guess is that the existing tornado watch will be upgraded to PDS, or they'll issue another one. These helicity tracks just are very, very concerning to me. The brighter the pink or the colors are, the stronger the rotation is. So it's not when you're looking at these maps, it's don't look at them as like a this is where it's going to happen. More so look at it as a this is a density kind of, there's probably going to be this many, these tracks could be shifted to any direction. But this is kind of what we're expecting to see over the next probably 12 hours, going into the overnight through St. Louis and up into Illinois. So definitely something that we are going to try and keep an eye on. And I just got a notification. I happen to be in this ad is huge. Let's go back to this. So I happen to be in this area. I live kind of in this general vicinity. And I just got a notification on my phone I need to check. So, okay. Oh, okay. So there's a fire not too far away, and it's got 80% contained. So that's really good news. That's north of me, but it's definitely going to be interesting. Let's take a look at some of the chat. Storms are already starting to fire. Yes, they are. Let's pull up radar scope and do the full screen radar scope, and you can see all these severe thunderstorm warnings. And as these continue to move eastward, we're going to be looking at potentially seeing some tornado warnings here as the night continues, and we'll keep an eye on that for you. But this is definitely going to be a very serious situation. It's already unfolding right now in parts of western Missouri, southwestern Missouri, and in northwestern Arkansas. You can see storms firing down here by Fayetteville and Rogers, Siloam Springs, and then all the way up until you get into just kind of southeast of Kansas City there. But it looks like the strongest storms are pretty much from Osage Beach down towards northwest Arkansas. What I'm really looking for is when these start to move towards St. Louis, kind of towards the other side of Missouri. That's whenever we're going to start to see these really start to take off. So we will keep an eye on that. And let me bring this back down and put it over here. So let's see. That's not supposed to be that wide. Okay, so the fire. So we've got multiple things going on. We've got the fire outbreak that's ongoing. We've got the tornado outbreak that's going to be happening tomorrow and probably overnight tonight. And a huge dust storm that I'm in the middle of right now. I'm looking outside my window, and there's just, you can see nothing but, the skies are filled with nothing but dust. I thought about putting a camera out there. I may still do that and throw it up on the screen so you guys can see the dust storm outside. But for now, I don't have it set up. But this is definitely going to be an ongoing situation. So for those of you that have tuned in the last 10 minutes listening to me ramble here, I may be getting up every now and then and going to maybe get a drink or make dinner or whatever, and I'll be coming back and forth to the computer. But for now, I'm going to sit here and we're going to monitor the weather with all of you. So that's what we're going to do now. Let's go ahead and take a look at this tornado watch. So if we look at the probabilities on this tornado watch, let's make this bigger so that we can actually see it. This is one of the more serious tornado watches that I have ever seen. So the overall tornado threat for this tornado watch is high at 90%, which is absolutely ridiculous. The probability for strong tornadoes, which is EF2 to EF5, is high at 70%, which is just nuts. The overall wind threat is high at 90%, with 75 mile per hour wind risk at 70%. So there's definitely going to be some strong winds with this with any of these storms. And there's also a hail threat. 2-inch hail is definitely in the cards, and we have there's just going to be hail with these storms. So it's basically all hazards, wind, hail, and tornadoes, and your combined overall severe hazard risk is 95%. So that is not a good situation for parts of Missouri and into northern Arkansas. And we are going to continue to keep an eye on it here for you. If you guys have a preference for what screen you want to see, please type down in the chat and let me know. I'm going to do my best to fulfill y'all's requests. If you want me to look at a particular area as this event begins to unfold, let me know, and I will do my best to find your area and show you what's going on. Just type it down in the chat. If you're not already subscribed and you'd like to chat, please feel free to go ahead and subscribe. And now that we're about 16 minutes in, I haven't announced this on any of the live streams yet because this is our first live stream since it's happened. But all future live streams for the immediate future are going to be sponsored by Peplink. Peplink makes cellular routers. They are a wonderful company to work with. They've been very easy to work with. And their equipment has... Right now I'm on my home internet, but when I'm out on the road chasing, their internet has been a game changer, or their cellular equipment has been a game changer for my ability to provide you with quality live streams. So they have actually sent me a new device that I'm going to use to make those live streams even better. So going forward on any live streams that I'm able to do as far as actually chasing, Peplink will be sponsoring those, and their equipment will be powering the internet connection for us. So thanks to our sponsor for that. We really appreciate it. And you can find some affiliate links for any of the equipment if you'd like to learn more down in the description of this video. And thanks for watching. But for now, let's. We don't have any tornado warnings, thankfully, on at least yet. Why is it kind of not showing? There we go. So we've only got 14 alerts. Most of them are severe thunderstorm warnings. So just a huge swath of severe thunderstorm warnings. Let's take a look at some of these. So winds up to 70 for Osage Beach, and for areas here in Climax Springs, Cross Timbers, Preston, and then all the way down to Boulevard, down into Springfield, and continuing southwest, all the way down to Rogers, Arkansas. Just a huge line of severe thunderstorms continue to make their way east. This is just insane. We're going to continue to watch these and see if any of them decide that they're going to start spinning up some tornadoes, but they've got to get kind of further east into a more robust environment before we begin to see that happening. Excuse me. Oh goodness. Hey, Unforgiven. Give me 1 second. I gotta get a drink of water. I don't talk this much normally. Okay, so as far as Mobile, lives in a mobile home. Let's see, Wilmer, Alabama. I'm gonna look Wilmer, Alabama up real quick. Wilmer, Alabama. Okay, so Wilmer looks like it is way down south by Mobile, just north of Pascagoula, so it's not too far off the coast. And so let's go ahead and take a look at the risk for that. Let's go to SPC. So your friend would be really close to the high risk here. Probably in the moderate risk. Looks like he's actually in the moderate risk. So to be completely honest with you, your friend probably needs to make sure that they have a way to have a place to go in case they need to take shelter, because obviously a mobile home is not going to work. Now, most of the risk is going to be centered here in central part of Alabama, Mississippi. But that doesn't mean that something can't happen further south. The entire area is in the moderate risk, so I would tell your friend just to make sure that they have a plan in place, that they know where to go, and that if a warning is issued for their area, that they execute that plan quickly. Although I would hope that by the time a tornado warning is issued, they are not there anymore. Because you don't want to be in your car during a tornado warning, that's for sure. Excuse me. So let's go ahead and take a look at the wildfire outbreak while we're waiting on the rest of this weather to kind of get underway here. All of the black spots that you see on radar are ongoing wildfires. So you can see that they continue to spread. Let's pull in closer here to Oklahoma. And you can see this one here in kind of north central Oklahoma is continuing to grow towards the northeast, which is really bad. I mean, there's fires everywhere. You have some south of I-40 here. You have some down here in far southern Oklahoma. This is the fire over by Chickasha. And it looks like there's a couple more that have kind of popped up. And then this fire, the Leeds fire, over here in western Oklahoma, that continues. And it looks like it's still spreading. So this is just a really, really bad situation for Oklahoma, that it is continuing to go. It's just it's really kind of unreal. Normally during this time of day, I look outside on a clear day and it's blue skies. And the dust is just insane. So let me show you some of the dust that's on here. Let's go look out to a broader look here, and we'll go to true color. All of this brown is just dust. So basically all of North Texas and the southern portion of the Panhandle, and even into parts of central Texas now, are just getting hammered with this huge dust storm. This is absolutely nuts. I've never seen anything like this. So I can taste the dust in my mouth literally right now, and I'm inside. I went outside a couple times earlier, and it's not unbearable, but I wanted to go back inside pretty quickly. My eyes are itching. It's just nuts. So let's continue to take a look at the weather. I don't think we still have nothing particularly crazy going on yet over here in Missouri. So we will continue to keep an eye on that. And if you guys got any questions, let me know. Type them down in the comments. And I would love to hear your thoughts. And we'll find out what's going to happen with this tornado outbreak later tonight and then into tomorrow. And I will try to bring it to you live if I can. But for now, I'm going to leave you guys with all of these different views. Let me go back to the IR so that we can see Oklahoma. All right, so now you guys can see the ongoing wildfires there in the upper left-hand corner. The severe thunderstorms that are going in Missouri, and the SPC risk over here. Let's see if we can move this over for tomorrow, and then of course the wildfire map in the lower right-hand corner. Yeah, Unforgiven. That is 100% true. I have been chasing for 10 years, and I know other very experienced chasers who are just simply not chasing this stuff tomorrow. These storms are going to be moving very fast. 70 miles an hour in some cases. That's highway speeds. You're talking about tornadoes moving at highway speeds. Not just any tornadoes either. Strong to violent tornadoes. So this is definitely not, tomorrow and even tonight is not really a situation that you want to be in. And I have been to Dixie. I have been to this area specifically during another high risk. It is possible to chase it, but it is much higher risk. No pun intended. It's a much higher risk to chase than it is in, say, Oklahoma or Kansas, because there's mountains, there's trees everywhere that are 50 feet tall. You just simply can't see out there. So, yeah, I'm not chasing out there. I probably won't chase out there again for the foreseeable future, regardless of what the risk is. It's just, one, it's too far, and two, it's almost pointless. You're not going to see very much unless you just get lucky. The tornado or whatever you're trying to view has to be in the right area, and you have to also be in that same area. And then you're only going to get a very brief view of it, and then it's gone, and then you got to try and keep up with it, and it never turns out very well. Yeah, trees become flying objects, exactly. But I am going to mute my mic here for a few minutes, and I will be back with you guys probably around maybe 10 minutes from now. So I will see you guys, and I will be back. Hey everybody, I'm okay. Hopefully the audio is working this time. I had this problem earlier. This is the one I had asked about. The mic just decided to stop working. I'm not sure what's going on with that. But thank you guys for letting me know that it is not working. Oh, well, it was not working on my end either, so it might have been both of us. But we will continue with the live coverage here of this ongoing wildfire and tornado outbreak. And if you guys want to comment, then just go ahead and or don't forget to hit that subscribe button, and don't forget to smash the like button. And hitting that subscribe button will let you into the chat. But we will continue to provide coverage here of this ongoing event. It's a multi-day event. Going to be going on today and tonight, and then going into tomorrow. And I will try to cover all of it right here from the safety of my home. I don't know if you guys got the audio on that video. There wasn't really much audio, so I'm going to see if I can find some other videos for you guys. We'll peruse social media. Okay, here we go. This is from Cameron Nixon. And this is just absolutely insane. Look at all that grass burning. So that is just one of the many fires that is ongoing. And I'll continue to see if I can find some video for you guys. I just have to be cautious of what's in it. Let's see. No, can't. That's the one I saw earlier. All right, here's some more wildfire coverage from Jordan Hall. My goodness, this guy is on top of it. But this is just absolutely horrific. I didn't realize that he was going to show that in there, but these fires are absolutely terrible, and they continue in across the region. Basically, I mean, they got fires in Oklahoma, some in Kansas, some in Missouri. They're just everywhere. So Elgato decided to update on me. Oh yeah, that's terrible. But we will continue to provide live coverage of it from here from Texas. And if you guys have any requests, let me know, and I'll try to look at a particular storm or whatever as this event begins to get underway in Missouri. And we will continue to monitor the wildfires. And just remember to stay tuned. Don't forget to smash the like button. And don't forget to subscribe. Okay, people, we have our first tornado warning of the day. Our first tornado warning just for the south side of Springfield, Missouri, just south of I-44. And it is approaching the I-44 corridor as it continues very fast towards the northeast. So I'm going to stop playing it so that we can just keep an eye on it here. And this is your tornado warning. Let's go ahead and pull up our tools. Let's see, is this the... one of these tools is the... let me see. Nope, it's the other one. So let's do some times. I'm not sure how fast it's moving, but let's just kind of... let's take a look at the warning text and we'll tell you it is moving at 50 miles an hour. So let's clear this. Let's do this again. And we'll put 50 miles an hour. So you can see our impact times here. Langston in 6 minutes, Turner's in 10 minutes, Stafford 17 minutes, Hallman 20 minutes, Red Top 24, Northview 24, Baumgarten Ford, Cato, Crown. All of these are in the path of this tornado warning. This is a radar indicated tornado warning. And we are going to... I'm going to see if I can play this, but maybe do it... well, I was going to try and do it slower. And these are moving very, very quick. It's wrapping up very quickly here. Let's see if... can I... you can see this hook right here. So the tornado is going to be right in this area, right where this C is, inside that hook. And it is going to continue off to the northeast. This is going to be definitely a serious situation here. I've got a new severe thunderstorm warning that just popped up. So we're going to keep an eye on this. This is our first tornado warning of the day. If you're just joining us, we have our first tornado warning just on the south side of Springfield, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. 50 miles per hour. The towns that are impacted are listed in this kind of white-brown box, and you can see the impact times here. And let's go ahead and take a look at the velocities while we're at it. Let me get this out of the way. Well, it would help if I knew how to use this. So if we zoom in real close here, you can see we're really close to the radar here. So given this, I wouldn't say that this is not a radar confirmed tornado, but they issued the tornado warnings prior to... once they notice that there's the potential there, especially given the environment today, I'm sure that these tornado warnings are going to go up really quickly once a storm starts to kind of get that look. That is my expectation today and tonight, especially tomorrow. This is just north of Nixa, Missouri, and it looks like there's an embedded, a couple of embedded hooks here. So we have another one. Let's get the pencil out. You have a kind of a hook right here. And let me change the color. Let's do white. I think that might be easier to see. Yeah, so you have kind of a hook right here. And then you also have a really funky looking hook with a really big RFD surge. RFD gust front right here. So this is our main tornado warning up here, going in this direction, generally speaking, and I would expect that these down here could potentially become tornado warned. here, and going all the way down the line here, Emerald Beach. There's another one that looks like it could potentially get a tornado warning soon. So this entire line of storms is definitely looking like it's going to want to do something. It's starting to get into a better environment. We're getting later into the day. That low-level jet seems to be ramping up. Let's take a look at this. There's no tornado possible tag on this warning. Not on this one either, but the wind damage threat is definitely no joke. This is definitely something you don't want to be outside in. And if you are in this tornado warning up here, definitely be in your safe shelter, in your safe place. Let's go ahead and pull up the times again, and we will see when it is expected to impact different areas. And we're going 50 miles an hour, which is pretty quick. So impact times: Langston in 3 minutes, Turner's in 8 minutes, Stafford in 14 minutes. So he's definitely moving quick. And we'll continue to keep an eye on this as time goes on. Let's go ahead and play this. I'm going to switch this to less frames because that's just way too many. And you see it wrap up real quick right there. Switch back to just the radar view. And you can see how quickly that storm moved through the south side of Springfield there. This is going to be out of Springfield pretty quickly. Let's zoom out and see what the rest of this line is doing. It's our only tornado warning right now. I definitely expect there to be more as the night continues. And I will be right back. I'm going to keep an eye on this, but I got to order my food. So I will be back here in a few minutes to talk to you guys. Alright, I am back. I have ordered my food. Let's continue to keep an eye on this tornado warning storm. Let's go ahead and clear these times out real quick. Let's go ahead and stop the radar. The storm looks like it's kind of doing some crazy stuff. Let's look at it on velocity, see if we can get a better picture of it. Well, it definitely looks like it's still going to be tornado warned here for a while. When does this expire? Expires in 23 minutes. So it definitely is still going to be... everywhere I click, there's something to be on. Let's see. This is not got a tornado possible tag. Neither does this one. What about this? Nope. This is our only tornado warning so far. Yep. Definitely expect there to be more as the night goes on. But don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe if you'd like to join the chat. Or if you'd like to see more content. I usually do live storm chasing, but these events are out of my reach, and even if they were in my reach, they're in areas that I would not normally chase in. Particularly the event tomorrow. That one's in a very difficult to see area. But we're going to continue to keep our eye on these storms. Excuse me. So we are going to continue to keep an eye on this. Let's see. Let's zoom out. Let's turn off velocity real quick. So once these start to approach St. Louis, kind of the eastern half of the state, that's when I really expect things to kind of ramp up. I'm going to take a quick look at the current conditions. Let me see if I can pull them up for everybody, and we can kind of do some quick analysis of what's going on. Okay. All right, so I'm going to split this in half, where we can look at SPC and we can look at the radar both at the same time. So we'll continue to keep an eye on that tornado warning. Stratford, looks like you're going to be probably getting some wind if you're not already from that rift link downdraft there, and then to the north of Stratford and even parts of northern Stratford. Definitely be in your shelter if you are not already. But let me go ahead and show you guys what's going on with this weather system. These gradients right here, where we have these bars really close together over here on the right hand side of the screen, this is what's kind of generating a lot of the wildfire risk with the really high winds. And then over here you can see over parts of Missouri where all these storms are now taking off in this kind of arc. And you see this little hump in the line right here. This is kind of the wave or the pressure system that's kind of creating the lift for all these storms. So let's go ahead and take a look at our surface to 500 helicity values, and you can see that they're kind of in the 200 range, which is really high for 0 to 500 kilometer or meters. I mean, if we take a look at the traditional surface to 1 kilometer, you can see that it is very high. And let's see if we can move this over. We're looking at 400 in northern Arkansas, 350 up to 300 and 250 in the areas where these storms are moving into. So these are definitely primed for tornadoes. Let's continue to look at some composite indices. Surface to 1 kilometer energy helicity index, which is an index of it's kind of an overlap of wind shear with instability. And you can see these southern end storms are in a much better tornadic environment than the ones in the central Missouri. You have a 1 here, and then you start getting into the 3, 4s, and 5s here in Arkansas. So as these storms continue to build towards the south, I would expect even more tornado warnings, and this system is going to continue. Now let's see what this is expected to look like over time here. We don't have a forecast for EHI, but if I go to significant tornado parameter, this does not look good. This does not have a forecast either, but we can look at this and you can see these values are very high. These are some of the higher values I've seen for SIGTOR. We have a 6 here in parts of kind of north, central, western Arkansas. I'm not sure what to call that. And then you have a 3 and a 2 going up into this area where these storms are firing. So if you were to look at the map and kind of compare this, if I bring out the pencil here, this area of this is kind of like, I'm just kind of guesstimating here, but this is kind of where like the 6 and the 5 value is, kind of in this area. And then if you come over here to where these storms are, you have a 3 and a 4 SIGTOR parameter. So these are only useful when storms are already going, by the way. SIGTOR parameter, it's only useful in these situations where you know you're going to have storms. So let's take a look at this one here. This looks really interesting. Down here by Branson West, kind of north of Kimberling City. Let's go ahead and get rid of the mesoanalysis because we already kind of know this environment is primed. And let's take a look at this. There's still no TOR possible on this, but I would imagine that that's not going to stay that way. Let's take a look at the velocities. So these velocities are really starting to show potential circulation right here. And I wish this was like radar scope where it circles on both sides of the screen. But because it's kind of hard to tell if they're co-located. But if you look at the 76 here and the 76 here, you can kind of get an idea that these are in the same location. And you kind of see it kind of kinking up there towards the left. So you can see those winds are kind of getting drawn into the storm, so I would expect there to be inflow here. And this storm is going to continue to increase in strength, and we'll see if they pop a tornado warning on it. It is definitely looking dangerous today. We've got this storm here is also trying to do something right here by Ozark. And then our tornado warning that's still ongoing. I don't see a reason why they would continue this tornado warning, though in this environment maybe they will. Let's see if I can get over to y'all's comments. Do you think they'll extend the tornado warning? Yeah, they may. They may extend it. But, I mean, they did extend it up to Stratford and points to the northeast, north of I-44. But whether they'll continue it, I mean, if you look at the velocity, it's starting to kind of lose its muster up here, which is a good thing. This is what we want to see. Hopefully it does this all night, and this is kind of overblown, ends up being overblown. That would be the best case scenario, but I doubt it, especially further south. That further south does not look good. I would expect any of these storms here, from Ozark to Reed Spring. This one really looks. I mean, look at this. This is Reed Spring. I would say Reed Spring probably needs to be in their shelter, even though this isn't warned right now. I would say definitely be in your shelter if you live in this area. I know there's only 5 people on, but if any of you 5 happen to live there, well, definitely be kind of in your shelter for any of these storms, really. I mean, you're looking at 70 power. Even if this doesn't produce a tornado, you're looking at 70 mile per hour winds. So definitely something to keep an eye on. And we will continue to watch it. Feel free to share this with your friends. Share it on Facebook. Share it on Facebook Messenger. Kind of see if we can get the word out and get more people onto the stream. I know there's quite a few others that do this. But this is definitely going to be an interesting night. So I'm looking at... There was a fire northeast of my house, and it is 100% contained, which is excellent news. This tornado warning continues up here, and we're going to continue to monitor this whole line of storms as it continues. I'm going to go ahead and press play. We can kind of watch how these storms evolve, and you can see how fast they're moving. I mean, this is pretty crazy how fast these are moving. These are not the fastest storms I've ever seen, but they are still pretty fast. This one is moving northeast at 60. So kind of gives you an idea. These are starting to pick up in intensity and speed. How fast is this one moving? Do they have this one at 60 miles per hour also? So any tornadoes that do form in here are going to be, they're going to be on top of areas very quickly. So that is definitely something to keep an eye on. And if you get a warning, I mean, I would not hesitate. I would be in your shelter immediately. Because you will not have time to sit there and think about it. You will not have time to think about it. This is you see the warning, don't try to even figure out if you're in the warning. Just go to your shelter. This tornado warning continues up here to the north. And given the environment up there, I would expect that this probably they'll probably let this expire, especially since it's not really showing any kind of significant rotation up there by Fairgrove and Stratford. And we will continue to monitor this. Look at this one down here. This one is just... You can see how quickly, like this one here, this one's really got a big kind of looking hook on it. I mean, let's get the pencil out here. You can see this giant area of inflow. The winds would be... I'd have to look at the chart, but generally speaking, the winds are going to be coming in here like this and feeding this storm, but there's probably more from the northeast, to be honest, given the shape of the trough. So that's going to be feeding this storm, and this one looks a little more closed off. You notice how this one's kind of like this way, and this one's kind of more like this way. That doesn't mean this one won't do anything. It just kind of interesting to see that this one has a slightly different shape than this one does. We'll see how either of these evolves. My guess would be this one by Sparta, it's kind of by itself. There's not really anything out in front of it to get rid of or to interfere with it. The stuff to the north, there's not really anything there. It looks like this warning is going to go ahead and expire in 9 minutes because this storm's already moved out of the warning box, and there goes the warning. They just canceled it. But this storm is probably the one to watch right here. We're going to have to keep an eye on this. This one as well, down by Reed Spring, over here on Highway 160 and Missouri 13. That storm is approaching that area. And then we have more storms kind of trickling down into northern Arkansas, but these are the two I'm most concerned about right now. The Sparta and the Reed Spring storm both. I would not be able to tell you if these are rain wrapped. Not from looking at the radar. The one by Reed Spring is the more likely one. If there's a tornado there, or if a tornado forms, it looks like it would be the more likely one to become rain wrapped. I wouldn't even, like, these are moving so fast. Like, let's kind of give you an idea of if I was chasing this, what I would be doing, right? So first of all, let's just assume that I'm on Highway 68. Okay, let's say I'm on 68. If I want to see this storm, given the terrain, I'm going to have a hard time. So I'm going to have to go all the way up 68, and I'm going to have to park right here on the side of 68 somewhere. Well, if I'm here kind of in the path of this thing, if I see that if there's a tornado here, there's not one right now that we know of, but if there was a tornado here, it would be coming at me at 60 miles per hour. And you're only looking at a distance of about 10 miles. So I would have very little time to actually see this tornado before I had to bail back south to get out of the way. And then I would also have to be concerned of any storms that may potentially form tornadoes that are to the south. This Highlandsville storm, if there would be a tornado in here, it would most certainly be rain-wrapped, but there's no tornado warnings on any of these so far since that other one expired. So we are good for now. But that's why I say chasing this would be nearly impossible. And look, there's almost no roads I could take to follow the path of this storm. See, this storm's already in Taria, and we were just talking about it. It was literally just over here. Look how much it moved in the time between radar updates. I mean, let's take a look at this. It was right here. It moved basically 5 miles in the last 5 minutes that I've been talking, which is pretty crazy. So I would not have very much time. I would have maybe a minute and a half if I was sitting right here trying to watch it, and then I would have to bail on 65 pretty quickly in order to get out of the way, because I would have no east options if I was out there. Same thing kind of goes for this storm up here. There's really not a lot of road options. If I was chasing this, I would have maybe this road right here, 14, but look how many curves are in this. These curves would slow me down, and I would have to follow it. And 14 eventually comes up here to Dogwood and goes north, so I would end up either way out of the way or kind of right in the path if I ended up going north. But I mean, they're going this way, so yeah, you'd have to be way ahead of the storm. You'd have to be able to maintain the distance you have. And on these roads like this, it is impossible to maintain your distance. You'd need a highway in order to maintain your distance. And you notice this is the only major highway through here. Like right here, this is it. This is the only major highway. You have this, and you have this road here, but none of those, these are south of the storm, right? So if the tornado is like here, or even if it's here, and it's going this way, in order to actually intercept this storm, I would have to be in Seymour, and I would have to sit in Seymour and wait for it, because it would be going this way, and I would have to be right here along US 60, and I would not have very long to look. By the time it got there, then I would be back east on 60, and my chase would pretty much be over until I got all the way over to Mansfield and gone up on 5. And by that time it's going to be way out of my way. So these are just simply, you get a brief look. It's really not worth trying to chase these. They're just moving too quickly. And so far we still don't have any new tornado warnings, but the night is still young as this system continues to push east at about 60 miles an hour. And we will keep an eye on this storm right here south of Fordland. Is that how you say that? Heading probably right for Seymour. This is probably the most concerning storm so far. And there's just supercell after supercell lined up in this line. From Emerald Beach to Reed Spring, just north of there, to Highlandville, to just north of Sparta. So this is definitely, and then you have another one up here, up by Conway, and between Conway and Fairgrove. That one's starting to look like it's going to wrap up too. Phillipsburg, Evergreen, both in the path of that storm. So this is getting pretty intense. And these storms up here don't look nearly as bad. They're kind of at the edge of the radar. But Osage Beach, get a storm up here, up by Eldon. We can take a look at that. We'd have to switch radars. But we'll continue to keep an eye on this. And I'm going to play the radar, and I am going to mute myself for a little while you guys watch this. And I will be back soon. Okay, I'm back, and it looks like we have our tornado warning here for Seymour, Diggins, Fordland, kind of behind the storm now. I just got my food. Got some Pizza Hut tonight. Definitely didn't have time to cook. So here we are. Got our tornado warning. Let's take a look at it. Let's stop the play. Let's zoom in here. So this definitely looks like it's going to be one of the more interesting and dangerous storms tonight. So far, at least. Oh yeah, look at that velocity signature. Definitely some strong inflow on that. So we are going to watch this as it moves north of US 60 by Diggins. Diggins, you're getting hammered with RFD, if not a tornado right now. So we are going to continue to watch this. Definitely be in your shelter if you were anywhere in the path of this storm. And y'all have to please excuse me. I'm going to be eating some food here. I'm going to mute the microphone for a little bit, but we will keep an eye on this as the night goes on. This Diggins storm is really looking dangerous. Look at that wrap up in the last scan there. Especially with this wind, this is going to be a very serious storm. If you are in the path of this, if you are on Highway 5, you need to be getting out of the way. If you are anywhere in any of this tornado warning polygon, you need to be in your shelter. This storm is looking very, very, very dangerous. Radar indicated with 2.5-inch hail. I mean, this is the most pronounced hook I have seen so far this year. This is definitely not looking good. I will take a look at correlation coefficient here in a second. Let me update the title here. When you see the screen flash, I can't really do anything about that. It's when I'm switching apps. It's this Windows app switching thing. Makes the screen go away. Just in case y'all are curious. Let me switch this up. Tornado warning. There we go. And it's already past Diggins, but that's the nearest town I see on the map. This is... Man, look at the storm just behind it. There's another one that's going to come right through Diggins as well. That one could wrap up too, so definitely going to keep that up there. Let's zoom out a little bit and take a look at the bigger picture. I'm going to turn the tornado watch off because it's pretty obvious that there's a tornado watch. So I'm going to turn that off real quick because it's kind of getting in the way. If I remember where to do it. Tornado watch off. Okay. So now when I click, it won't. It's supposed to have turned it off. But okay, let's just keep going here. That is really looking mean. Let's get in and take a closer look at it. We definitely... I would say that this is probably going to be radar confirmed very shortly. With this velocity signature right here. That is a key sign that there is an ongoing tornado right there. Let's quickly take a look at correlation coefficient. And let's scroll down. High-res correlation coefficient. So it's kind of hard to tell. Because usually what you're looking for with the correlation coefficient is a blue circle inside of all of the pink shading. That's not to say that this isn't what you're looking, that this is not that, but it's kind of hard for me to tell right now. This could be debris, but we're gonna have to wait a few more frames and see how it looks. I don't think I have 4 frames available. I think that's experimental on this. Looks like they definitely continued this. Let's see. This is now an observed tornado. So we have an observed tornado ongoing. So this is definitely a dangerous situation. I don't see any major towns, but there's plenty of roads in here. This is approaching Missouri Highway 5, moving at 65. This is moving at 65 miles an hour, so if you are in the path of this, you do not have very much time. Yeah, it's definitely on the ground, for sure. This is definitely a significant tornado in progress. And it says it's observed. Let's see how it was observed. A confirmed tornado was located 8 miles north of Seymour, or 10 miles southeast of Marshfield, moving northeast at 65. Hazard, damaging tornado and tennis ball size hail. Radar confirmed tornado. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. Locations impacted include Duncan and Grove Springs. So if you're in Duncan or Grove Spring, be in your shelter immediately. And we are going to continue to watch this. And oh man, that looks yeah, that definitely, looking at this now, the way that it looks and kind of the placement of it, definitely looks like debris, most likely from trees being in this area. You can kind of see right here, let me get the pencil out. There's a little bit of a drop right here. That could potentially be where our tornado is. Excuse me. But this is definitely a very dangerous situation. And so we will continue to watch this and track this tornado as it goes very quickly at 65 miles per hour towards the northeast. Yeah, let's take a look at the velocity real quick. And we'll go to high-res storm relative velocity. And they definitely look kind of wild. You have a large area out here of green winds coming into the storm. So this is all inflow blowing in. And then you have the actual kind of tornado right here. And it is moving very quickly to the northeast. So let's go ahead and play this real quick and see how it evolves on velocity, and you can see how it is progressing. And it's not going to take very long before it gets to Highway 5. As a matter of fact, given how fast it's moving, it probably already is approaching or right on top of Highway 5. And let's zoom out. I think this is the only, for now, it's the only tornado warning. So we're going to keep watching this one. Man, this is not a good situation for this area. If you live in that polygon, you need to be in shelter. Man, that wrapped up so quick. That's the thing about these storms. It's only gonna, in this environment, it's only going to take a few minutes between the storm not being tornadic and then it being tornadic to anywhere from strong to violent. So now we have no idea how strong this tornado actually is. I'm not seeing some huge velocities on here. They're still strong, but they're not, I don't see real big tornado potential here. Not potential. Excuse me. It doesn't look like it's large, at least not yet, but it could quickly turn that way. So let's just keep an eye on it. It's moving just north of Hartville, Missouri. Let's take a look downstream and see what storms are in the path. Well, if I can get the tool to come up. Let's see if I follow the line. Let's do this. And it said this is moving at 65. So it'll be in Loring in 5 minutes. Boyer in 5 minutes, Fuson in 8 minutes, Durban in 9 minutes, And then you can see the other times over here. I'll move them kind of up here out of the way. And that's going to be, man, that is one crazy looking hook. Okay, so my Mustang is really moving. Excuse me. So it's approaching Highway 5. It looks like there's a lot of little tiny towns kind of in the path in this blue polygon I've drawn here. We'll continue to see if my polygon drawing was any good, and but it should be generally correct. And we'll watch this, keep an eye on it. That is such a mean looking hook echo. Let's turn off the... Man, look at that. That is definitely a tornado there. That is just observed. Almost 3-inch hail now. So far, this is our only ongoing tornado warning. This is definitely not a good situation, and we're going to continue to see this. This could be long track. I mean, this could keep going. Let's zoom out real quick. Well, let's kind of see where this might impact if it were to continue. So if we kind of draw a line, so the places, let's see. So all of these places kind of right in this general area are in the path of this. Of course, this fans out, so obviously these places are going to be okay, except for maybe these further north storms. But there's definitely, there's the potential for this to be on the ground for a really long period of time is definitely there. Let's zoom out. So these are all south of St. Louis, which is good. We don't want any of these impacting anywhere, but St. Louis is a major metro area. So any storms that happen up there would be really bad. And impact lots of people. I don't know how many. Said population was in the 50,000 area for this general vicinity. So still a lot of people impacted. And this thing is still ongoing. It's still got a nice hook on it. You are unlikely to see this. It looks like it's going to become rain wrapped, or is becoming rain wrapped right now. Just looking at the, you'd have to be basically right here in order to see it, and it would be on top of you immediately. So there is not a safe place to observe this from. You might see it from over here if the line of sight is good, but knowing the terrain of this area, I doubt you're going to see this. So if you're in this polygon or any of the polygons tonight, I would most definitely be in your shelter. It definitely looks like it could be recycling, but it still looks really strong on that hook. Let's go take a look at velocity. Yeah, okay. I would say that there's probably still a tornado here, but it may be a little weaker than it was. Although this next scan here definitely there might even be a one behind it. If you look here, there's a potential circulation behind it, so there might be an additional tornado developing. But we'll have to continue to keep our eyes on this one. This is this one way down here south of Ozark might be. I don't know if there's going to be twins yet. I mean, it looks like it might be developing. It might be handing off to the other one. But then again, it's hard to tell with Radar Omega because ideally I would draw a circle around this and a circle around this, and it would be mirrored over here, and so I could compare it with the reflectivity and see exactly where those features are. But I cannot do that in Radar Omega. It's a feature that they still haven't enabled or designed yet into their software. But maybe one day they will. It would be really, really convenient. So we'll continue to keep an eye on this. This one, we'll see. This one's still ongoing. It's a nice looking supercell all by itself. Dangerous supercell, dangerous storm. Okay. Yeah, the other thing to note about this event is I'm here in Texas and it's starting to get darker. It's probably either already dark or getting real close to being sunset there in Missouri. My guess is it's already dark there, which means this is about to become a nocturnal tornado event very soon, if not already. And that's going to be the most dangerous time. So let's hope that this tornado warning is the only observed tornado of the day, although I doubt it. Yeah, it's definitely about to become more dangerous. And you can see this storm is definitely recycling. It is kind of losing its primary hook shape. And we'll have to continue to see what it looks like. Very broad rotation now. I would expect that maybe it produces another one. And we also have other supercells. These are kind of merging together. These two right here. Let me see if I can show you guys. These two look like they're kind of merging. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. There's a slight merger going on here, but the hook is back here. There are no storms to the south of this one that can merge with it. But given the environment, I would expect, I would expect that this could also become, this could also eventually produce a tornado. We'll just have to keep an eye on all of these. Oh man. But for now, I think the threat with this storm up here that's coming towards Plato has diminished slightly. That doesn't mean it's not dangerous, but it's still, I think maybe the tornado warning will, yeah, they'll probably let it expire. But we'll just have to wait and see. I've used WSV3 before. It's okay. I like it, but for this kind of thing, for me, I'm more used to Radar Omega and Radar Scope, and even GR, which we could also look at this on GR if y'all wanted to. But Radar Omega is the easiest because it has the best maps. That's why I'm using it for this, because of its maps. The new meso discussion. Let's take a look at this new mesoscale discussion, and so we can read it, and we can make sense of it. Let's do. Oh, it's still on. Has it showed up in here yet? What's the number on it? I don't think it showed up in Radar Omega yet. This was issued at 6 p.m. This is 7:09. This is an hour ago. $175. Okay, that one's gone away now. Let's see if Radar Omega updates and gives me 175. Let's go take a look. There it is. 175. So let me see if I can find it. Oh, this is for further south. Okay, let's take a look at this because we definitely don't want to lose sight of the southern end of this threat. Okay, mesoscale discussion number 175. Areas affected eastern Arkansas into northwest Mississippi, western Tennessee, and the Missouri Boot Heel. Concerning severe potential, watch likely. Watch issuance is 80%. Thunderstorm development appears possible in the next 1 to 2 hours across eastern Arkansas. Storms are expected to intensify as they migrate east-northeast into adjacent portions of Mississippi, Missouri, and Tennessee. Watch issuance is likely as the threat becomes apparent, though timing is slightly uncertain. Recent GOES visible and low-level water vapor imagery show a band of gradually deepening cumulus across eastern Arkansas on the eastern fringe of a low-level theta E axis, where isentropic ascent is regionally greatest. A few orphan anvils and occasional lightning flashes have been noted within the last 10 to 30 minutes, suggesting that this may be the early stages of convective initiation that has been consistently depicted in recent HER solutions over the past few hours. However, thunderstorms farther south across eastern Louisiana that developed in a similar, if not a better, thermodynamic perspective, convective environment have struggled to maintain intensity and organization over the past hour. Consequently, it remains somewhat uncertain whether robust convective initiation is imminent and how widespread storm coverage will be in the next few hours. Closer proximity to the primary upper trough may support stronger forcing for ascent and perhaps higher probability for successful convective initiation if storms can develop and intensify. They will likely pose a threat for all convective hazards, including the potential for a strong tornado, given favorable buoyancy, deep layer shear, and low-level SRH observed. And I think that's pretty much the gist of it. So this area is definitely going to be an area to watch over the next several hours. But I am going to zoom back in here because we have a new tornado warning. It might be a continuation of the previous one. Yeah, these are both radar indicated. So we will continue to watch these 2 tornado warned storms, or only one. When does this expire? 33 minutes. 3 minutes. So this is a continuation of the previous one. And so we'll continue watching this and see what it does. Okay. I'm back. I was finishing up my dinner. So this storm looks like it has kind of occluded now. The hook isn't nearly as good looking, but it may also, if you look at the velocity, it's kind of misleading. The reflectivity is kind of misleading because it still kind of looks like there's something in there with the way the velocity is. So we're just going to keep an eye on that. It is just to the northwest of Plato. Probably by now it's north of Plato, since these are moving so quickly. Let's zoom out and see what else we've got going on. We have a new tornado warning. Let's go take a look at this new tornado warning. We're going to have to switch radars. Let's take a look at the St. Louis radar. So we've got a new tornado warning up here south of Fulton, approaching I-70. So this tornado warning is, let's see, radar indicated tornado warning for southeastern Callaway County in central Missouri, Montgomery County, and east central Missouri until 8 o'clock. And let me see if I can turn my volume down just a little bit because maybe I'm a little too loud. Just noticed. Hazard tornado radar indicated rotation. So let's keep an eye on this one. This is definitely a primed environment. Lots of potential here. So this is going to be in Montgomery City, Bellflower, New Florence, along I-70, in Missouri, very, very shortly. If you're on the anybody that's on the interstate, they're going to be in for not a good time. Especially, you can see the velocities picking up on this in the last frame there. So let's take a look at the bigger picture. We still have our other tornado warning, but I'm not sure how that one's going to go. We'll stick with this one for a little while. And we'll just watch it and see it cross 70 here, and we'll watch the velocities and see how it kind of progresses over the next several minutes. I think from now on, I'm just going to paste the warning text into the ticker down here so you guys can read it as it's going along. I'll do my best to keep up with those. Yeah, I see 4 radars up at the same time. That's pretty wild. I could probably do that, but that's okay. I'll just stick with the one. And let's see what else we've got going on here. Got just the 2 tornado warnings. This one's still ongoing. I guess we'd have to go down here and take a look at it. Let's switch back to this other radar. Springfield. Oh yeah, that's why it's still active. Still looks like there's something there. Let's see if I can I open up another one of these? No, I cannot. I can only open one at a time. Okay, let's go back to the St. Louis radar and we'll kind of watch both of them. I was gonna pull up a GR analyst, but my color table's off, so I'm not gonna use it. But well, that'll be nice having 2 TVs. I'll continue to keep an eye on this storm. It looks kind of flat now. Let's take a look at velocity. No, there's probably still something. There's potentially still something there. Oh, that's the wrong one. Wait. I need to go back in time here. Okay, so here it wrapped up. It looked flat, and then there it's okay. There we go. I guess I had looked at the wrong time and period. That's why it was looking like that. The scrolling text on the bottom, that's from the tornado warning itself. So that's just the, I don't know. I don't see what you're talking about. It still says radar indicated. So I don't see, yeah, it's still radar indicated on here. And I copied and pasted the text from this box to the ticker on the bottom. I'm not sure which tornado warning you're talking about, because I don't think it's that one. This one's also radar indicated. So unless you're seeing something different, I don't see that. This looks like it's starting to line. You see that wind going away. Maybe let's go to, I don't know, I can't tell. But the look on reflectivity does not look very good in terms of a tornado, which is great. It's okay. Yours must be lagging a little bit. No big deal. I'm gonna go back down here and check this other tornado warning because it's still going. Oh, we got a. That is definitely a tornado going right there. That is definitely rain wrapped, going right through Fort Leonard Wood, or just to the south of Fort Leonard Wood, right there. Looks like portions of it are going to be impacting Fort Leonard Wood. So we were busy looking at that other storm, and this one's got a tornado ongoing. Um, this is radar indicated, but let's take a look at the last few frames here. I mean, you can see this has definitely been. There's no confirmation on it. Let's take a look at CC. Correlation coefficient. Very hard to tell on this one. Very hard to tell. Let me pull up radar scope real quick and see if I can get us a better visual. I may just go and purchase the radar scope subscription again, because not having it is kind of. Okay, so let's go back to Springfield, and then let's take a look at storm relative. So if we go look at radar scope, and you can see it better here. Of course, we have some range folding in the purple, but that's okay because the tornado's here, not there. And let's take a look at the correlation coefficient here. Yeah, those are displaced from the warning. So that's kind of definitely a tornado there, but and I can't tell. There's just so many storms. If we zoom out, there's one here, and then we got this stuff developing down in Arkansas, so we're gonna have to keep an eye on Arkansas as well. Give me a second. I'm gonna see if I can re-enable my radar scope subscription. That way we can kind of try using it. Oh, new tornado warning here. Observed. It's now observed. So we now have an observed tornado just over and south of Fort Leonard Wood. So I'm going to close radar scope and restart it. And now I have access to dual pane. Okay, I'm going to minimize radar omega and we're going to switch to radar scope. So I'm going to take down the ticker real quick. That is a crazy looking tornado right there. You could definitely see a velocity couplet there. I mean, 100% rain wrapped. You are not seeing this at all. Excuse me. If you're trying to look for it, or if it's coming at you, you're not seeing this. Why can't I zoom in and out? Oh, because I'm using the pencil. So what I was talking about before with the pencil, if I circle this, you can see that it draws on both screens. So let's play this. Oh, how many frames did I use? That's way too many frames. Let's change this. We only want to do, let's do 14 frames. That thing is, man, look at that. That is a fast moving tornado. Look at how quick that's moving. 100% rain wrapped, for sure. Excuse me. Let's see, what else do we have? We have Pulaski, Missouri. We have two different observed. Oh, is this observed as well? Yeah, okay. Those are our other two. This is pretty dangerous situation south of Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri. They're getting hammered with hail. And Fort Leonard Wood's getting lucky. But I don't know what. Whoever's south of Fort Leonard Wood is not lucky. This is a very fast moving tornado. Look at how fast that's moving. Let's take a look at the text. More northeast at 60 miles per hour. So this is definitely booking it. Don't forget to like and subscribe, and your like and subscribe helps us out a great deal. And if you have questions or you have a specific storm you want to look at, let me know in the comments, and we will try and take a look at it for you. But definitely got a dangerous situation going on, and it is going to continue through the night. This storm down by Mansfield looks like it could potentially produce a tornado shortly. Down here by Sparta. Let's pause this. So down by Rogersville and Sparta, that supercell looks like it could potentially do the same thing. And then, of course, we have this ongoing tornado south of Fort Leonard Wood, moving towards Interstate 44. Going to be passing north of Edgar Springs. It looks like it's going to be passing just right through Rolla, Missouri. And then St. James shortly thereafter. And it won't be very long before it gets to the I-44 corridor there. And it is 100% completely rain wrapped. You're not going to see this one at all. So hopefully it dissipates before it gets any closer to these other ones, or any closer to the interstate. And if you're in the path of this tornado, you most certainly need to be in shelter. So we'll play it so we can see the progression of it. That's a pretty big looking rain-wrapped tornado there. And I am going to try and do live coverage of tomorrow's larger tornado outbreak for Dixie Alley, Alabama, and Mississippi. We're going to do my best to cover the high risk. Pretty much the same way we're doing it today. I expect that to be a lot more intense. And we'll just see how it goes. Tomorrow has a very high ceiling. This tomorrow and even tonight could definitely be a historic kind of tornado event. And this thing is still booking it. Let's go take. Oh gosh, I zoomed in way too fast. So it is still moving. I mean, it's almost hard to keep up with. It's going to be over Rolla and Doolittle, Newburgh, and St. James pretty quickly. 60 miles an hour. It's only got a few minutes before it gets there. I'm going to see if I can slow the animation down a little bit. There. That's not so distracting when it's a little bit slower. Maybe a little faster. Maybe right about there. Yeah, I think that'll work for now anyway. Still have 3 ongoing tornado warnings. This one's going to be allowed to expire because this storm's already moved out of this warning area. Yeah, let's take a look at those velocities. Oh yeah, it's ramping back up again. On that last scan, if we can take a look at it. I mean, that is... very. If we look at the heart of this, we're looking at a total of 4 miles. It's kind of broad, unless it's just a really big tornado. But you got to remember that this is looking way up in the atmosphere. Like this radar set, we're almost at the edge of the radar. The radar is way back here in Springfield. Actually, let's see if we can find a closer... I mean, there's really not a closer radar. Oh my gosh. Looks like southeast Missouri is lacking in radar coverage. So we're just going to have to stick with the radar that we have until this gets up I-44, closer to St. Louis. I think that the storm is the one that was... projected by the HRRR. So that is definitely a long track, potentially violent tornado. Let's take this back to radar indicated now, but I still think that that it's definitely going to be posing a danger for I-44 here in the next couple of minutes. So you can see on the left-hand side of your screen, we've got the actual tornado warnings. Let me fix the screen real quick. I just noticed that it's not filling up the whole screen. So let's fix this. Hopefully this is a little easier for you guys to see. I had it small for the ticker. And now let's put it back to where it was so that we could see it a little bit better. Yeah, these velocities are pretty wild. Man. We're just going to have to keep an eye on this as it pushes closer and closer to... I mean, it's still pretty far from St. Louis, but it's pushing up the I-44 corridor there. We'll see how it goes. And we still have these other storms further to the south. Still have a tornado warning up to the north. By Montgomery City, New Florence, Wellsville. I can't select the text. Huh. Okay, well, it won't let me select the text like Radar Omega does. I wanted to select it so that I could paste it into the ticker, but that's okay. Oh, man. I don't know if there's any chasers trying to chase this stuff in Missouri, but they have got their work cut out for them because it's a very difficult place to chase. I don't know what the terrain is like out there in this part of Missouri, but if it's anything like southeast or southwest Missouri, it's a nightmare to chase in. Nothing is still going. I wish we could get a better look at it from a different radar. If we come over here, it's just... This is going to be a short range probably, and it's not even working. So this actually looks like it's closer. So I guess we'll stick with it, but kind of hard to tell what it's doing from this radar. It's way out there on the edge of it. If we switch back to Radar Omega, we can see Radar Omega is just easier to use. But at least from this perspective, this storm by Hartville looks like it's kind of have a little hook, and you got 3 more cells behind it. Excuse me. All look like they could potentially produce at some point in their lifespan. And then if you go further south, we've got storms down by Russellville, all the way down into west central Arkansas down here. Let's go take a look at these storms. So these are down at the edge of our mesoscale discussion, but these also could potentially do something at some point, especially given the thermodynamic and kinematic environment from basically northern Arkansas up to Missouri, where we are looking at up here. Switch to the St. Louis radar. And let's go back to velocity. This one's, it's so far away from the radar, you pretty much have to assume there's a tornado still there. It's just hard to tell with it being so far away. It says radar indicated. So they're continuing the tornado warning on this. And we're just going to keep an eye on it. Which do you guys prefer I use? Radar Omega or Radar Scope? Radar Omega is a little more customizable, and I have the warning boxes a little bit thicker. Can't do that on Radar Scope. You're kind of stuck with what you get. But let me know in the comments which one you prefer I use, and I can use that one. I prefer Radar Omega for this situation. If I'm chasing, I try to use both. But here I'm just sitting in my chair. I don't really mind which one I use, even though I do prefer Radar Omega. And we will continue to cover this severe weather situation going on throughout Missouri and northern Arkansas. And then we will be back again live tomorrow, more than likely, to cover the much larger tornado outbreak. That's going to be very, very... it's going to be a very, very bad situation tomorrow. This is bad tonight, and it's going to get worse, potentially. Hopefully these storms start to line out. That doesn't mean that the tornado risk goes too much lower, but it's a lot better than isolated supercells, which is we've seen embedded supercells, individual ones kind of merging with the line. And the problem right now that we're seeing is we're getting pretty far from any of the radars. So it's kind of starting to merge things together up at the top. So I guess we'll just have to keep watching it and see what happens. Yeah, there's a high risk for tomorrow. I mean, it's there's only been 3 day 2 high risks in the last 25 years or ever. And this is, yeah, I mean, the first one since I think 2013, maybe. I don't remember exactly what year it was, but so it'll be a day 1 high risk for sure. I mean, they're not going to downgrade it. Tomorrow looks extremely dangerous. We're talking, the potential is there for it to look like another April 2011. Let's cross our fingers and hope that doesn't happen, but it really looks bad for tomorrow. So we'll just see how it goes. Excuse me. Hopefully Missouri gets, I don't know what kind of situation's already going on. As a matter of fact, you know what, let's take a look at, I'm going to take a look at social media and see if anything's gone on that we haven't been able to see yet. I'm going to move this out of the way. Where did my Twitter go? I have quite a few windows open. I need to get some of these out of here. Sorry for covering up the radar there. Okay, let's see what's going on X. It's like a new. I'm gonna move this over, and we're gonna put this up. So SPC just issued a new meso discussion for this whole area here. So let's take a look at this. This is something new SPC has done in the last year or so, where they put the most probable peak intensity in their mesoscale discussions. Kind of interesting that they did that. And you can see the most probable is 140 to 170 miles an hour. And this mesoscale discussion goes from northern Arkansas all the way into Illinois and even parts of Indiana. So this is going to be a very long night. Yeah, let's hope tomorrow's risk doesn't turn out to be anything like any of our past tornado events. I don't want to see that at all. If it completely busted tomorrow, that would be like the best thing that could happen. But I have been seeing people that normally are very reserved about how they use the word quote-unquote tornado outbreak, and they are taking the handcuffs off, so to speak, and are using that word. So even span, so tomorrow is definitely going to be a high-end event. We just have to hope and pray that that it's not as advertised. This would be one of those situations where if the meteorologists are wrong, everyone's going to breathe a sigh of relief. But given everything that we've seen about tomorrow, I doubt that that's going to be the case, unfortunately. I really doubt it. So let's take a look and read the discussion text. So we've got the severe weather threat for Tornado Watch 32 continues. Hazardous weather potential, including strong damage. I think my mic stopped working. I don't know how long it's not been working, but I apologize. But we will continue to monitor this as the night progresses. And it looks like we have a new continued tornado warning here right over St. James. I hear you. It's all good. My mic quit again, so I don't know when it did that. So I'm not sure how much of what I was saying y'all heard. As you can see, this storm is still going, and you can see that hooking motion right there. Right here. The forward flank. It's moving into its forward flank. But I guess we'll just keep an eye on it. And you can see the velocities there. And we're going to continue this tornado warning. Got to wait for the velocity to catch up. I think it's running a little behind. Yeah, it's 3 minutes behind reflectivity right now. That's because it's storm relative and it's going to do all its calculations. If we switch to normal velocity, I think it would be a little quicker to update. Excuse me. The storm down by Edgar Springs looks like it's trying to take on a more supercellular structure again. Or I see some new velocities on the storm down there. That might get a tornado warning soon down there, and you can see all the different lightning. Oh man. We will continue our coverage of this event. It looks like we've only got the 2 tornado warnings, which are right here. So we will continue to keep an eye on it. I will be right back to you guys. I am going to see if I can find some music for y'all to listen to. I will be back in maybe 5-10 minutes. I will continue to add tracks to this over the next 2 minutes here so that we're not repeating the same songs over and over again all the time. But hopefully you guys enjoy some of this music. Courtesy of artlist.io. let's get back to our storms here. So this tornado warning is continuing. Radar indicated rotation, golf ball size hail, and we've got another. These back here are going to expire. This is the continuation, and then I think this is a separate warning here. And then that seems to be all we have for now. Are those 4 kind of all in this area approaching St. Louis? This one here is definitely concerning as it approaches the city of St. Louis. I'm going to turn this music down just a little bit more here. But it is continuing right into the metro area here. So we're going to have to keep an eye on this. This could become a very dangerous situation over the next 15 to 20 minutes. And we are definitely going to keep an eye on it. And, man, this is just definitely concerning for the west side of St. Louis, Chesterfield, Eureka. This could get ugly. Let's hope that this tornado isn't actually there. For right now, it says radar indicated, and if we go pause this and we look at it a little closer, I mean, definitely looks like there could be something there. So we will just have to continue watching it and see how this evolves over the next 15 to 20 minutes. And yeah, we'll see how it goes. I'm gonna give y'all a little bit of music here, and we'll continue to watch this as it approaches St. Louis. And looks like we have ourselves a new tornado warning just to the north of Owensville, going towards the northwestern side of St. Louis. This entire complex is approaching the Mississippi River very quickly. Radar indicated rotation. Let's see. And this is definitely a dangerous situation for the St. Louis Metro as these storms continue to push towards the area. So we're definitely going to have to keep an eye on all three of these tornado warnings. In particular, the northernmost two. It looks like we have total 5 tornado warnings ongoing. So now we have 2 tornado warnings in northern Arkansas now. Excuse me. So let's quickly go take a look at northern Arkansas. Switch to the Little Rock radar. This is definitely a evolving situation. Mountain Home, Arkansas, definitely be in your shelter. And it looks like the bigger of the threat here is just to the southwest of Leslie, north of Russellville. Kind of my old stomping grounds from a very long time ago. Spent some time out in that area. But this area is there's a lot of trees out here. You're most certainly not going to see these coming until the last minute. So if you are in the path of this storm down here north of Russellville, definitely be in your safe space. So we'll keep an eye on those. And we also want to keep an eye on these storms moving into the St. Louis metro area. These are all of these storms up and down this line are very dangerous storms. And as the night continues, these are only going to get worse, I think. So we're going to have to continue to monitor this. And we'll just have to see how this goes. But we are going to continue to keep an eye on it. These are getting so messy and muddled. We're really going to have to rely on the velocities to see what's happening as these approach St. Louis. So in case y'all didn't, here's St. Louis, huge metro area, and these are all going right for the area. My arrow drawing is not very good, or my line drawing is not very good, but they're going right for St. Louis. 3 tornado warnings just to the southwest. And then, of course, the ongoing tornado warnings in northern Arkansas, which this is some of the worst terrain out here, like so bad. So we'll continue to keep an eye on these storms. I'm going to play you guys some music, and we'll just continue to sit here and watch it. let's get back to these storms and take a look at what's going on. So let's see. Down here in the southern cell, definitely some pretty good rotation. It's really hard to see, like, this, and it must be this. Kind of hard to tell. And then the rest of this one you have here, but that's on the wrong side of this. So these are kind of off in terms of their placement. But the ones I'm most concerned about are these here that are coming directly for St. Louis. I can't see, other than this one right here. Well, if this will get out of my way. I clicked on that right at the wrong time. This one right here is going right for this part of St. Louis, and I don't really see what's going on with this. There may be something in there, but it's hard to tell. So we're just going to have to keep an eye on it. Frosty, it's good to see you, buddy. We've got some pretty significant weather going here into St. Louis here in the next 30 minutes or so. Got some of the crew in here now, some of our regular viewers. If you guys haven't already, don't forget to like and subscribe. And Lenox, Missouri? You're going to have to be more specific. The search function. Oh, there it is right there. Linux. Not sure. Michigan? I'm not sure where you're talking about. Yeah, there's definitely some ongoing fires in Oklahoma. I don't think I've changed the title of this video. Maybe I did. I don't remember. But earlier on, when it was still daytime, I was covering some of the fires a little bit. South of Lake Springs. Yeah, I'm not sure. Lake Springs, Missouri. Okay. There's Lake Springs, Missouri. Well, that's pretty far south. So this whole line is sort of coming that direction, but that is... looks like it's kind of in the clear for the time being. Although these are coming from the south, so some of this might be coming up that way. We've still got our tornado warnings down here in Arkansas. So let's go back up here and take a look. Is this did they redo the Meso discussion? I'm not sure. Without the S. Oh, my bad. Lake Spring. There's more than one. Oh, okay. Lake Spring. Looks like it's in between two storms. And it's only showing it on the one. But if I zoom in here to 72, it looks like it's right over Lake Spring in the velocity. But that velocity is really old. It's 8:12 p.m. and it's currently 8:28. So the velocity here, the storm relative velocity, is really lagging a lot. Actually, I'm going to switch to not base reflectivity, base high-res velocity. This is much more up-to-date, although it's not nearly as useful. Yeah, the storm relative velocity has not updated in a while, so this is not reliable. Let's go over to radar scope and see if maybe it's just a bug. Yeah, I think Radar Omega is just having some trouble. So if we go uh, to this is why I like Radar Omega because it's easier to see. But I think it was this middle tornado warning here. Lake Spring. I'm not trying to see if I can see it on here because I can't search like I can with the other one. Hard to tell. Trying to zoom in. Yeah, I'm not sure. Let me see. Let me see if I can restart Radar Omega. It's giving me trouble. Maybe it just needs to restart here. Okay, let's go back to split screen. No, they're just having some delays at Radar Omega with their storm relative velocity. So we're just not going to rely on it at all. And if you're talking about Lake Spring, I mean, Lake Spring is kind of between the storms. So, yeah, I'm not sure. Like, if I was in Lake Spring right now, I probably wouldn't be too terribly worried. Just because of where it's at. It's in between the two storms. It's not even in a tornado warning. So yeah, but these are approaching. Oh my god, I didn't even notice this. Look at this one over here north of Rosebud. I don't know what's going on with this. That says radar indicated. These are all radar indicated, but man, maybe that's just a separate storm. Looks real wicked on there. High res velocity. Man, I wish that this was. I don't like the color table here. We really need storm relative velocity to not be out of date. Let me see if I can switch providers here. No, that's... I don't remember. Radar settings, feed settings. Let's switch to Allison House. Oh, I don't have a radar key for Allison House. I guess we're just going to have to stick with Radar Omega as feed. I'd really like to see updated. You know what? Let me pull up GR Analyst real quick and see if I can get it to give us a better look. Okay, so give me 1 second. I'm seeing if I can pull this up. So we're gonna look at this on GR Analyst real quick. And we've got storm relative velocity over here. Let's look at NROT, normalized rotation. So if we look at NROT, maybe right here at Stanton. I mean, it's kind of hard to tell. There's a couple of areas in here. ZDR, kind of hard to tell with this. Let's see. Let's go back to storm relative. So right here, right north of Sullivan, definitely looks like tornado right there. Possibly down here too by Steelville. And then up here also by New Haven, if you look at the colors here. I'm not a real big fan of this color table, and I'm not sure that I have a different one. Let me see if I can get a different color table here. I know I have some somewhere. I just don't know where I put them. Not sure. I'm trying to find it. I'll see if I can find my different color tables. No, I don't think I know where they are. Let's see if I can just go back to the default ones. Base storm relative velocity change. No, I'm gonna have to look for some another time to see if I can change this. But yeah, this one up here north of Sullivan, Steelville, maybe it's a little less obvious. This one right here near Stanton, definitely. Let's see if Radar Omega has come back around. Oh, look, it's finally updated. Yay. So this one here, I mean, this is definitely a tornado right here. Elmont, Elmont, and Spring Bluff. Definitely a tornado ongoing right there. Going right for St. Clair. And let's see, that's going. Yeah, let's hope that doesn't go into St. Louis. Let's really hope that does not go into St. Louis. And then we have another one potentially over here by New Haven with the tornado warning ongoing there. Is this, that's radar indicated, radar indicated. These are all radar indicated. This one right here is by St. Clair. I mean, if you're in St. Clair, you need to be in your shelter here along I-44. This is a very dangerous storm. It might go right up into Union, actually. But St. Clair is going to be on the edge of it. So definitely be looking out both of those with these embedded supercells. Definitely a serious situation going on now. Okay, I'll have to take a look at it in a minute. And we're going to continue our live coverage here of this ongoing tornado event. We currently have 8 active tornado warnings. We have some down here in Arkansas, one crossing Arkansas-Missouri border north of Mountain Home, one north of Russellville, and then the main ones here approaching the St. Louis metro area, which is beginning to look like a very dangerous situation as it approaches the outskirts of St. Louis. This is definitely going to... This is not good. I'm going to go check social media real quick and see if we've got any indication of what might be happening. Let's see. Yeah. Let's see. I'm looking through to see if there's any images of this potentially ongoing tornado here just to the southwest of St. Louis. I'm going to have to check X because Facebook's not helpful. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about the short delay there. This is definitely a monster looking tornado. And the one south of it is also looking pretty dangerous. And then you have this one up here. This one doesn't look good either. Look at that hook on there. So these are all going for the St. Louis metro area here. 1, 2, 3, 4 active tornado warnings in Missouri, and then 3 more tornado warnings in Arkansas and southern Missouri there. But these ones up here are the ones that are the most ominous, especially this one by Sullivan going towards St. Clair and Union, which is going to be going into the western part of St. Louis here. This is definitely a very dangerous situation unfolding. 2 pals for GL2. Okay. I'll have to see if I can log on to Discord on my computer, because I only use it on my phone for the most part. Okay, sorry. I have to quickly take a look at a tornado warning further south. We will keep an eye on these. We will keep an eye on these tornadoes that are coming into St. Louis, but we have a particularly dangerous situation, tornado warning, going on here in near Bakersfield. Bakersfield is about to get. I mean, this is very dangerous, particularly dangerous situation. Observed tornado coming right for Bakersfield. So we have let me copy this warning text, and then we're going to put that in the ticker. So we have a ongoing, very dangerous tornado about to or currently impacting the town of Bakersfield, Missouri. I think that's Missouri. It's right on the line. Arkansas and Missouri. Yeah, they may. Well, if they may issue a Tor E for it. We're going to have to. Either way, Bakersfield. South Fork is also in the path, so if you're in South Fork, this is a very dangerous situation. Very dangerous situation. Let me see. I'm gonna post this in. Let's see. I gotta post this on Facebook real quick. Okay, I'm posting this in a Facebook group real quick. Okay, so we have a radar confirmed tornado heading for Bakersfield. It's probably in Bakersfield by now since these are moving so fast. It will be in South Fork shortly, and then crossing over into West Plains, between West Plains and Brentsville, it looks like. Very dangerous, particularly dangerous situation. And we have a new tornado warning. PDS. This is a PDS tornado going for Bakersfield. It looks like this is 8:28. This is 10 minutes ago, so it's probably gone through Bakersfield by now, or is about to go through Bakersfield. It is booking it at 50 miles per hour. So if you are in this area, you need to take cover now. This is a very dangerous situation. Very dangerous situation. Let's see if we can pull this up on GR Analyst. I'm going to switch over here. We also have a confirmed tornado going towards St. Charles and St. Louis. Let's see, is this one? Okay, so this is it. I'm going to have to take a look. We got a couple of confirmed tornadoes here. So this one up here, let's see if this one's that was an observed, but it's not a PDS. But we have a ongoing tornado going through Bakersfield. That has just gone through Bakersfield. West Plains, you're next. Brentsville, also on the table here. As this continues to move off at 50 miles per hour. We have a very dangerous situation unfolding here. And I am going to do my best to continue covering this for you. We may only have a few people in here, but I'm not sure what happened to all of my tornado warnings. Everything just disappeared on Radar Omega. What's going on here? Why did Radar Omega decide it wanted to stop showing warnings? Okay, well, I'm going to switch over to here so that we can see these. I mean, this one's pretty obvious. Union probably going to go just south of the radar site there in St. Louis. And then we have a new tornado warning just south of Steelville. Hey, Kieran, thanks for the prayers. Thanks for watching. Let me zoom out here. We're going to go back down here. I got to swap radars. I'll go back to LZK. So let's take a look at this one in Bakersfield. This is a very dangerous situation here. We're going to go back to 2-panel. I'm going to see if I can fix Radar Omega. Oh, Radar Omega is back. Okay. Radar Omega shows the roads better. So if we come back here, I mean, you can see this is an ongoing situation right here, just through Bakersfield, West Plains. And let's play this back so you guys can see kind of how this has transpired over the last 15 minutes or so. And I'm going to have to switch radars so that you guys can see it a little bit better. Okay, so if I play this, you can see how quickly this storm went from innocuous to tornado, particularly dangerous situation tornado. I mean, it was very fast. It's not the best radar presentation here. I'm not sure why it looks like that, but that happened very, very quickly. Let's get back up here to St. Louis. I'm trying to cover as many of these as I can. Yeah, definitely can take a look at correlation coefficient. As a matter of fact, let's go ahead and do that right now. So these up here, you can see there is an ongoing tornado. This is how it's radar confirmed right here. It's about to go for Union, Missouri is about to get walloped within the next maybe 2 minutes, maybe 3 minutes at the most. Um, there is a very, very defined debris signature right here. Right there is your debris signature. So this is definitely a very dangerous tornado. Excuse me, I ate my food too fast. If we go down to Bakersfield, it's going to be a little bit harder to see. It's a little further from the radar. Uh, I wonder, did they have not upgraded this? Tornado remains in effect. Tornado pursuing damaging tornado. I'm surprised this is not a PDS, considering its location. Yeah, this is going to be historic. Tomorrow is going to be even worse, I'm afraid. But you can see the hook echo here just to the southwest of Union. Very dangerous, very fast moving tornado. And it's coming right for the St. Louis metro area. So you can see the radar updated there. Hopefully, this RFD surge right here is going to spell kind of, you can see it kind of pushing out there. Hopefully it collapses in on itself and kills this tornado. But we're just going to have to wait and see if this debris continues to move towards Union and across US 50 here. Yeah, there's a lot of rotation in this. I wish I could do 4 panels on here. I don't think 4 panels is available in Radar Omega. But let's go quickly and take a look at this one down here. It's crossed over into Missouri almost in its entirety now. I don't see a debris signature, but let's look at a different radar. Okay, so you can see just to the other side of Bakersfield here, there's this right here. That looks like potentially debris. So let's back this up. So you see right after, and as it hits Bakersfield is whenever that kind of starts to show up. There's a big blob of it here. I don't trust that. But here, you start to get more uniform particle sizes around, and then this is not uniform particle sizes, which is a debris signature. So, let's pray for Bakersfield and people in that area. That's not a good situation down there. Yeah, definitely bad. So let's continue here. We have another tornado warning down here. Radar indicated. Let's go back up to St. Louis. We have this approaching the St. Louis metro area. We're right on the outskirts now. This tornado is still ongoing. We have a debris signature that is about to cross. This tornado is about to cross 47, and since this is always going to be behind, this is 3 minutes behind, so it's crossing 47 and probably US 50 as we speak. So let's take a look and play this real quick, and we can watch the progression of this, and you can see that tornado debris signature. Let's back it up a few frames. You can see it kind of starts back here and it continues on the right hand side of your screen there, right up to the south of Union. So this is an ongoing tornado. It's an observed tornado going right for the St. Louis metro area. Yeah, this is very profound hook echo. And if we continue looking down the line, of course this is way further up in the atmosphere, so this is very, very scary situation in here. I have no idea if there's footage. I have not checked yet on social media. Excuse me. Let me see if I can pull up X. And see if we've got any kind of footage of it. Let me zoom this back out and play it real quick. Okay, that's okay. So we have Okay, I've got something here from Reed. Trying to see if I can see in his video. Oh my God. Okay. Um, let me see if I can show this to you guys. Because this is on X, I can show it to you. So let me pull this up. I'm gonna mute it, put it on full screen, and then oh no, I have to move it over here. So let me move it over here real quick. I want to full screen this. Let me start it back at the beginning. So this is Reed Timmer's video, not my video, and I don't have a graphic where I can show. So let me just undo the full screen. That way you guys can see that this is Reed. You could see right there in the flash the tornado. I mean, that is a big tornado right there. So I'm going to go ahead and switch back to the radar. That is not a good situation for Bakersfield down there in the south. That was not this tornado up here by Union. That was the one down here in southern Missouri. And it looks like this one by Union is still ongoing. It is now crossing 44 or crossed 44. Let me take down the thing there so you guys can see a little bit better. This is a very dangerous situation. This is going to be moving into portions of, let's see, Wildwood is in the path. Baldwin is in the path. It is really moving. Let's see. Yeah, it's definitely at night here in Missouri, or there in Missouri. This is definitely a dangerous situation. You can still see the debris as of 4 minutes ago, so this tornado is still going. Let's real quick back up here a little bit. This storm is still going down here that hit Bakersfield. Major tornado down there just occurred in the last 30 minutes. Let's take a look at the velocity. That velocity still looks like it's going through Bakersfield there. That's the only thing we really have, because that area is kind of far from any of the radars. So thankfully the National Weather Service radar technicians are very, very good at what they do. So they spot that pretty quickly. Yeah, it is not good down here in Bakersfield. Let's take a look and see how this transpired over Bakersfield. So if we watch this, and we're going to have to, right there, it happened right over there. You see how fast, you don't even get a velocity scan on Bakersfield. That's how fast this is moving. On the one scan, it's on one side of Bakersfield, and on the next scan, it's on the other side. I mean, so these are moving so fast that you really don't have a whole lot of time. That's why I said earlier in the live stream, if you get a warning, you must take shelter immediately. There is no time to wait. And I think I was still looking at the St. Louis radar there, but it is definitely a bad situation. Let's go back and look at the correlation coefficient here. And you can see this is still at 8:53. So this is about 6 minutes ago. So we're going to have to wait. Correlation coefficient is a dual polarization product. So that radar beam has to make a complete circle. And it has to do a scan of the entire thing. So it's got a pattern it has to follow, and it makes multiple passes. which means correlation coefficient is always going to be a little bit behind compared to, say, reflectivity. This is why base reflectivity is the best one to use, or high-res reflectivity in this case, because it's going to be the most timely. But, I mean, that's just not a good situation. Let's go down here. We've got another tornado warning down here. Stillville still says radar indicated. Looks like that one's expired, and this one's going to continue for the next 30 minutes. And then West Plains, you still have a particularly dangerous situation going. Let's go back down there and take a look at this. Let's see if I can find a better radar. Maybe Memphis radar will give us a better picture. Let's take a look at velocities. So you can see this velocity is really old. Let's go take a look at the LZK radar. This one is still old, but it's got a little bit more current than the other one. Yeah, that other one might hit St. Louis. We're going to go back up there here in like a couple minutes, or maybe less than a couple minutes. But you can see the out-of-date radar velocity scan from this one to the south. So let's go back up to St. Louis. This one is now a particularly dangerous situation. This tornado is now a PDS. Observed 1-inch hail. Damage threat is considerable. We could potentially, I think you might be right, Unforgiven. We could potentially have a tornado emergency on our hands here. And my computer is lagging a little bit there. Let's go back to correlation coefficient, because that's our best look at this tornado. I don't see it as well, except unless it's like right here. Like if it's right here, that might be it. It was over by Union, so this must be it, and it is still ongoing. Let's take a look at its history here and see. Yep, that is still that same tornado. It's in the exact path. So it's crossed I-44 now and is now crossing Missouri 100 and going right for the St. Louis Metro. Let me get some water real quick. I don't pre-rate tornadoes. You'll notice in the mesoscale discussions from the Storm Prediction Center, they give a probable rating, but they don't actually tell you a damage rating. They give you like a wind speed estimate. I mean, it doesn't really matter. You have a debris signature like this, it doesn't matter what its rating is. I mean, it's still going to be dangerous. So I really avoid those when I'm chasing, and I avoid them whenever I'm doing these kinds of live streams where I'm sitting here and showing you guys what's happening in real time, or as close to real time as we can get, without actually being there. So this is a very dangerous situation, and we have another tornado warning up there. But this one is definitely the more dangerous storm of the day. So we will continue to keep an eye on this. It's now a PDS. And I will put I'm going to get this text copied and put into our title, or into our ticker, I should say. So I'm going to go ahead and put this up. So this tornado warning that you see scrolling is the one for the St. Louis metro area, and this monster supercell that's coming into west of Wildwood and Eureka. I mean, it's going to pass right pretty close to Wildwood, Baldwin for sure. As long as this tornado continues, this is a very, very dangerous situation. Let's see, we've got a few people still on. So let's continue to keep an eye on this. Let's see, we've got 6 ongoing tornado warnings. We have 2 PDS, and the rest are radar indicated. So this one is for Howell, Missouri, and Oregon, Missouri. And then this one is for St. Charles, St. Louis, Franklin, and Warren, Missouri. And it looks like you can see a very defined Okay, let's take a look at this. Let me break this down for you guys. Right here, you see a donut hole. This is an indication of a violent tornado right here. So right here is your area, or the center of the tornado is, and you have the forward flank right here. This is the whole forward flank. And then you have this wrapping around like this. And then you have your tornado right here. And then you have this. This is an RFD gust front pushing out. And that's going to continue this. Hopefully this pushes forward like this and cuts that tornado off before it gets to greater St. Louis. But it's already on the outskirts. So I'm not sure if that's going to happen. Let's take a look at this. You can see it really wrapped up pretty seriously over I-44. And it is moving fast. This one is moving at 55. So still highway speed and still very dangerous. And this is switched back to 30 frames. Let's only do 7. And so let's play this, and you can see it is about to approach the St. Louis. It is approaching the St. Louis metro area. It's going to be northwest portion of St. Louis on the Missouri side of the river. And then you have more potential storms to the south. One with an ongoing tornado warning. And then you still have this Bakersfield storm that is now continuing to move on. Still a PDS. Still a very dangerous storm there in southern Missouri. This is not a good situation. Yeah, it would be very bad, but I don't think it's on a path for downtown. But it doesn't matter because, I mean, the St. Louis area is huge. I mean, you can see all these roads, right? So as it approaches Wildwood here, I mean, that's very concerning when you start seeing roads. I mean, you could see these, it's starting to get into some neighborhoods here. There's some probably neighborhoods right here that are, it's just so heart-wrenching to see. These all look like neighborhoods. And they're just being, oh my God, this is it a tornado outbreak? Tomorrow's definitely going to be a tornado outbreak. This, I would say, is very close. Technically speaking, a tornado outbreak, I think, is like 6 or 7 tornadoes. So it may be a tornado outbreak, but regardless, it's still a very dangerous situation. So, my goodness. As we get closer here, you can see there's a lot more tiny little towns here that this is approaching. Melrose, it's probably already on top of Melrose, to be honest. Fox Creek, the Dr. Edmund A. Memorial State Park is kind of in the path of the forward flank. This is not a good situation. And as we continue to get closer to the radar, you can see, I mean, look at this debris. This debris signature is absolutely nuts. Let's take a look and see if we can measure this. About a 2.25 mile debris path, but this, remember, this is, I don't know how high up this is looking. Does it give us, no, it doesn't give us a height like radar scope does it? It doesn't matter. Let me turn this off. PDS tornado warning. I mean, that's the bottom line. Hope for no, yeah, I really hope for no casualties. That's for sure. This is at night. You could see this RFD gust front surging. I mean, this is a really violent tornado here. It is going to continue its path to Wildwood and into the western portion of St. Louis. I mean, this is just heart-wrenching to watch. Let's go down here real quick. There's still multiple tornado warnings. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And there's one way up here by Canton and Plymouth and Macomb. So there's still ongoing. This whole line is producing tornadoes. I mean, this is just insane. But we're going to continue to keep an eye on this one. That most certainly looks like the most dangerous tornado of the night, other than Bakersfield. Damaging tornado, quarter-size hail. Weather spotters confirmed tornado near Gray Summit. Multiple power flashes. Life-threatening situation, obviously. Locations impacted. So I'm going to read this off the warning text. O'Fallon, St. Charles, St. Peters, Chesterfield, Wildwood, Baldwin, Wentzville, Maryland Heights, Manchester, Crèvecoeur, that looks French, I can't pronounce it, Overland, Lake St. Louis, Washington, St. Anne, Bridgeton, Dardenne, Prairie, Town and Country, Eureka, Ellisville, and Ladue. And this is a particularly dangerous situation. Surprised it's not a tornado emergency. But let's take a look. I'm going to pull up Radar Omega real quick. Yeah, this is the only, there's a confirmed, the other one down there is still confirmed. So is this one up here. So, that's crazy. I'm really hoping this, let's take a look at the velocity real quick. I don't see it on velocity. But this is really old. That's why. Let's look at high-res velocity. So there's your tornado right there. And if we look at it in comparison to... Let's go see if I can pull up radar scope, because this might give us a little bit better idea of where this is. This one down by Steelville too. This is old. I need this to update. Let's switch radars real quick. There we go. I wanted to get a little bit better look at the velocity on this. This looks like our tornado right there, so it's kind of hard to see in the velocity. That's it right there. Yep, I'm not going to even speculate on the rating of this tornado. Not even remotely. I can't see the tornado. I don't have any high-resolution velocity data to go on. What I mean by that is, like surface-based, like radar trucks. I don't have any radar trucks data to look at, and usually those are after the fact. I am not going to speculate on the intensity or damage, because those are at the damage-based scale. You can't know until after the fact. It's simply not possible because you have to see the damage first. So this is still ongoing here. Expires in 17 minutes, but from looking at it, it looks like it's probably still going. Let's go take a look at correlation coefficient. Yeah, it's kind of spread out, so hopefully, I'm not going to say this for sure, but hopefully this is going to done its last breath, but you could still kind of see some debris there, so we're just going to assume it's still there for now. New tornado warning just popped up to the north. North of St. Paul, Chain Rocks, Old Monroe, and then of course you have the one to the south. And another one to the south. I mean, there's just tornado warning after tornado warning on this line of storms. We have 1, 2, 3, and I switched radars by accident. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, what is it, 10 tornado warnings? 9 or 10? I may have miscounted, but still. Quite a few tornado warnings, and this one coming into western St. Louis. I'm not gonna speculate, Kieran. Appreciate you, but I don't know. I can't see it. I have no way of knowing. So we're just gonna have to go based on what we see. I'm gonna take a look at social media again, real quick. Okay, let me keep scrolling. That's Reed's video. So, according to social media, I am seeing posts that say, quote unquote, significant damage in the suburbs of St. Louis. Significant damage in the suburbs of St. Louis. I'm going to continue looking at the social media here, but this is a dangerous situation. It looks like it's approaching Wildwood now, and since it's 2 minutes behind, I'm gonna say it's probably already in Wildwood. Let's see. I'm going to continue to look at this. Tomorrow is going to be even crazier, but at least most of it's going, or a lot of it's going to be during the day. Let's see. I'm going to continue scrolling here and see what we see. Let's see. I'm trying to see if I can see Chesterfield. Where's Chesterfield? That's this one. Okay. I'm going to show you guys this real quick. This is from a tower cam somewhere in St. Louis. So let's go ahead and pull up this tower cam here. I don't know. This was a little while ago. And you can see the lightning flashing there. People driving on the highway. And I'm not sure if those are lightning flashes or if those are power flashes. I have no idea. I think it's more like lightning. Kind of hard to see exactly what that is. But let's continue. That is a huge debris signature there by Wildwood as of about 4 minutes ago. So we're going to have to wait probably a few more minutes for the full scan to complete to see what the next frame looks like. And this is approaching Chesterfield, which is that tower cam we just looked at. And to see if I can find another video or something. People are saying, please pray for St. Louis, and I agree. Okay, let's see. I'm not seeing anything else here, so I'm just going to go ahead and let's take a look. Okay, we've got our new scan here. And you can kind of see maybe right here. I'm not sure if that's our debris field or not. It's harder to tell. It might be getting spread out. Hopefully the tornado is not still ongoing. But it says observed. They've dropped the PDS though. Cyclone port on Omega. Oh, you know what? I didn't think about that. Let's see. I don't have them turned on, so let me see if I can display it. I do not see. I don't see one for this area. I see Aaron Jajak down here, but I don't see a specific one for St. Louis. But it's going right into Chesterfield right now. I don't know if it's still ongoing, but based on this hook echo, it looks like it probably is still ongoing. A very dangerous situation here. People are saying it might be twins. I don't know. That's going to be hard to tell at night. And people will say a lot of stuff on social media for attention or because they just, I don't know. I can only go by any visual evidence I can see from video or what I see here on the radar. This is definitely a dangerous situation going on as this approaches St. Louis Metro, or it's for all intents and purposes, it's in the St. Louis Metro now. With some debris still floating in the sky. I see you, Unforgiven. You continuing to. I gotta go find the window real quick. Okay, Rolla, Missouri. Okay. No, nope. Saw that already. Yeah, I already seen that. That's my buddy John. Yeah, okay. That's. Let's take a look. I'm watching Reed's video here. I mean, you can't see anything in his video except for every now and then lightning flashes through the trees from Bakersfield. I mean, what am I even looking at here? I don't even know. Well, okay then. I'm going to minimize social media. This is still going. I'm not sure what you're asking about. As what does it say? Okay, let me go take a look at the X post real quick. Notifications. Oh, yeah, I already saw this. I mean, I was looking at it whenever you tagged me. Definitely insane now. Man, look at that RFT gust front. At least I think that's what that is. An ongoing tornado here. And then let's look. We've got this one down by West Plains. There's still more tornado warnings to the south. Let's go take a look at some of these real quick. Let me switch to the Memphis radar. This one looks like it might still be going. Hard to tell. It's definitely still tornado warned. Oh, still PDS. This is ongoing north of West Plains here. And then radar indicated. This is the one from earlier, and then PDS observed. So this is radar indicated. Let's come back up here to St. Louis. Man, this is just an insane. I don't even know how to say it. It's just crazy. Let me check my audio and make sure we're still good here. Okay, cool. Let's take this down. I think that is changed now. We're going to continue to monitor this as it pushes through St. Louis. I'm going to play it for you real quick. I am going to temporarily mute this stream so that I can catch my breath. Okay, I'm back. Let's take a look at these storms because they're starting to look even more interesting to the south. I'm going to stop this real quick. So this is a new tornado warning here. Now it's radar indicated. But you can see it's just to the east, just to the east of the radar site now. So these have moved very quickly, moving into the St. Louis metro. The northern portions, northwestern portions are getting hammered right now with an active tornado warning. Very strong winds, probably some hail. But what I'm really, really starting to become concerned about is this one down here, south of Arnold, along I-55, or just to the west of I-55. Excuse me. This has really started to wrap up in the last few minutes. Let's take a look at how it's progressed. So I'm going to back it up a few frames here. And you can see it was trying back here. Let me get I can't get the pencil out, but you can see over here in the lower left-hand corner of the screen. And it's kind of moving, and then it's moving into the tornado warned box. And then you can see the most recent frame. Look at how much it moved in between the two frames. That's about, what? That's 7 minutes in between frames. It only took it 7 minutes to get that far. This storm is moving at 60 miles per hour, so it is really going fast. And it is really wrapped up. Let's take a look at, hopefully our velocity is back. No, for some reason Radar Omega is having a serious issue with their storm relative velocities. Let me switch back to GR Analyst. Okay, so let's take a look at this in tried and true GR Analyst. This pink warning box up here is going to be expiring. It's the one from the Chesterfield storm. But we have this one here, and if we look at it, you can see it's starting to get that look in the velocity. Let's see if base velocity looks any different. Nope, it looks pretty much the same, just different colors. And you can see the green and the red kind of right next to each other. I would imagine that this yeah, so that's the old warning. I need to see the new one. It says that this warning is canceled. Let's go back to, let's look at radar scope and see. Oh, radar scope has a really good view of it. So let's see. Does it look that way on Radar Omega? No, this looks way better on radar scope. So you can see the hook echo here approaching the interstate. I mean, this is definitely going to be a tornado producer. Let's quickly switch back to Radar Omega and look at it. It says radar indicated expires in 16 minutes. So, it's, man, this is not looking good. It's going to looks like it's going to hit Arnold head on, based on the looks of it. So we're going to keep an eye on this one. And then you still have this one going on up here, just to the east of the radar site, which is that green dot right there. So we're going to keep an eye on both of these. That warning's finally expired, and then you have this one. So, oh my gosh, this is just insane. Hydrate. Yeah, I have my water sitting here, and I'm trying to drink every now and then. Excuse me. I just now saw your messages, Unforgiven. I was not looking at the chat. Looks like we got a few more people in here. Don't forget to smash the like button and subscribe if you haven't already. I am going to try and cover tomorrow's event as well. but it depends. Well, I'm going to more than likely cover it, but we'll see how long this goes. Because these events are going to pretty much be seamless. Because this whole complex is what's going to eventually be over in Alabama and stuff. So, just further south. And that environment is way more volatile than this one. So we have this ongoing hook echo. I mean, there's a tornado warning. It says radar indicated. Let's take a look at correlation coefficient. And, man, I don't know. Let's see if maybe we're about to... no, I don't see any... Maybe... No, this is too far out in front. So I'm not seeing any evidence of tornado debris signature yet. Of course, once we see it, NWS will certainly see it first. Because they're going to be the first to see this data as they have more direct access to these radars. We have to wait at least a few minutes for the data. So if a TDS shows up in correlation coefficient, you'll see a updated tornado warning. And then we have this one still ongoing up here. You can still see this hook echo. I kind of can't tell if there's still a debris signature there or not. Maybe a little bit, just south of 70 there. But the most mean-looking storm right now is this one. Let me zoom out real quick and take a look. We've got still tornado warnings all the way into northern Arkansas, approaching north. I mean, we're in northeastern Arkansas by now. Perryville. Let's see. Perryville is... Man, I used to know somebody that talked about Perryville all the time. I don't... Oh, Perryville's way down here. Let me go switch to the Little Rock radar real quick. Tornado possible tag. I mean, so it could definitely be a potential contender for the next tornado warning. Hot Springs also... Oh, man, I love Hot Springs. It's such a beautiful town. If you've never been there, you've got to visit Hot Springs, Arkansas. Preferably in the spring or fall, because it's going to be hot and humid during the summer. But that's also not a terrible time. I'm going to go back up to these St. Louis storms real quick. Especially this one. Look at this new scan. This new scan, I mean, Arnold, I would definitely be in your safe space, Arnold. And if you're just now joining us on the live stream, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. If you'd like to chat and ask questions or look at a specific storm, let me know, and I will do my best to accommodate you. But right now, we're going to focus on this St. Louis storm. And these two different cells here, one over St. Charles, Ferguson, Florissant, and one probably going through Arnold right now. Still radar indicated tornado rotation on that one. And that's a mean looking hook. I mean, that is... I would love to see this in the daytime. I bet that is an amazing looking supercell in the daytime. Even at night, seeing this at night would be pretty wild. But this is in a very populated area, so it'd be very difficult to chase. On top of the terrain and the trees further west, it's just not a good thing. Oh man. Oh, y'all have to excuse me. I'm still trying to pay attention to this. Starting to get tired though. Oh, we got a new tornado warning for this cell. Let's take a look at this. Observed. Well, that doesn't surprise me. Let's see. A confirmed tornado was located over Arnold, moving northeast at 60. Weather spotters confirmed tornado. Power flashes near Arnold. Okay, so let's update this. Okay, so 100% tornado moving right for Arnold right now. Definitely take cover. Let me update the title and put it back up here. Alright, so we have a confirmed tornado now over Seckman and probably already in Arnold by now, given how fast it's moving. And moving very quickly off to the east. OU. OU is the best. I'm not even going to give you any others because that's the best. But yes, this is a very dangerous. Oh my god, that next scan is absolutely nuts. Nope, I did not go there. I've not been to college for meteorology. I have learned everything on my own. But Pennsylvania's meteorology program is also good, but I don't know if OSU even has a meteorology program. They might, but I don't know if they do or not. But Penn State's is also pretty good. But this tornado, oh my gosh, you could see this monster hook echo here. And it's going to be approaching the 255 3 corridor, or interchange, South St. Louis. I mean, oh my gosh. St. Louis is lucky that this was not a few miles further north. Very, very lucky that this was not a few miles further north. I mean, it's still bad because it's still populated out here, but it could have been so much worse. We're just gonna have to watch it. I really hope that this doesn't curl up and go north. I don't think it will. I'm not given the situation, but oh my god. I'm trying to see correlation coefficient, but it's not helping. Let's look at high res velocity. Oh my god. That is so mean looking. And this velocity is 6 minutes old. Let's pull up GR. Oh, did they upgrade this to Tor E? No. That's just confirmed. Okay. Let's see. I'm trying to get a better look at it on here. And the one to the north of it also has got the tornado more confirmed on it. So both of those are tornado confirmed. This one up here and this one here. Let's switch back to this. I mean, that looks just nasty. Let's see. When is the time? What's the time on this? 02:37, so 3 minutes ago. It's going right for Oakville. Oakville is in the path. Oh my god. This is not good. Not good at all. I was moving so fast. That's really annoying. Okay. Let's see if I can slow the animation down. Oh, look at that ball. Look at that debris ball on there. See all that pink right there? Oh my god, that's just moved through Oakville. Let's look at it on here. You can see it on velocity now that the velocity is updated. This is high res velocity. That is not a small tornado. Let's see if we can see it on storm relative. No, we cannot. Let's look at correlation coefficient, because there's most certainly going to be debris in there, and this is up to date, but I don't see it yet, so it hasn't been lofted high enough for the radar to pick it up if there's debris in there. But that is not good. So that one, I mean, there might be another one that's going for, oh man, that's going real close. That's going to be really close to to the southern portion of St. Louis. Let's take this and play it back. You can see it develop very quickly, pass through Arnold. Oh man, that's going to be real close to St. Louis, man. Give me 1 second. I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. I'm sorry. I had to go do something really quickly. Okay, so this is going right into the outskirts of St. Louis. Let's very quickly go down here and take a look. Actually, you know what? I'm going to do it with the other radar so we don't have to move this one. Let's go here. I'm going to switch this to the Memphis radar. I think that's this one. No, this is... Okay, so we have a couple of other confirmed tornadoes. I mean, this is just crazy. There's so many of them, I can't keep up. This one is confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado 7 miles west of Melbourne. I mean, and it's actually through Melbourne now, so this warning text is out of date. You have another confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado 8 miles southeast of West Plains, going towards Van Buren now. But let's go switch back to Radar Omega and take a look at this. Take a look at this one. Let me see if I can switch these so we can see them both at the same time. We're going to just turn off dual pane, and I'm going to move this to this side. And I'm going to move this to this side and switch it to one panel so we can see both radar screens at the same time. We have Melbourne, Ashflat, Van Buren, Missouri, and then we have this big one going onto the south side of St. Louis. I mean, it is just absolutely incredible, and not in a good way. Let's continue watching this. Oh my God. I mean, I don't even know what to say right now. Okay, so there's our new frame. Oh my God. This one going into St. Louis is not good. This is really bad. It is now in the southern portions of St. Louis. I'll check the X post real quick. Give me a second. Oh yeah, okay, I see that. But I'm shoot. You know, I agree with you on this one. I think this should be a Tor E. I'm gonna switch here. Let's go back to St. Louis on this one. See if we can get a better look at it. I mean, that's... That is not good. Dupo, Cahokia, on the outskirts there. Let's go back to full screen on this. Um, East Carondelet is getting hit right now. Cahokia, you're next. Sauget. This is going. Oh man, this is not good. My guess is that they might not have the staffing. I don't know because, like, I'm sitting here watching this, and you have to remember, St. Louis has got to watch not just they have to watch their whole coverage area, not just this one storm. So if they don't have enough people, then it could potentially get lost in the shuffle in terms of their warning process, and it might not come in time. There's an observed tornado warning, and they're probably just going to move on to the other storms. But this is the big one. I mean, this is probably going to be the big tornado of the year, which is not good. This is definitely bad, Kieran. Oh yeah, 100% a tornado outbreak. 100%. I mean, look at this. Look at all the. I hate to zoom in this far, but just look at all of these streets. Look at all of these streets. This almost makes me want to cry because those are all people being impacted right now, and look at where it already came from. Look at all of these subdivisions out here over by 255. I mean, this is not good. And look at all of the subdivisions it's going to be impacting. And in Cahokia, I would even say portions of Centerville, East St. Louis is in the path. I mean, this is probably going to be one of the most historic tornadoes to have ever occur. I mean, this is insane. Oh my god. It's going right into East St. Louis. This is really bad. You'll have to excuse me. All those poor people. I'm sorry, I'm going to have to mute. Okay, try to get my bearings here. This is a very bad situation here in East St. Louis, Cahokia. I mean, let's take a look at this in split screen here and take a look at those velocities. Those velocities do not look good. There's going to be some straight line wind damage as well. You can see. Let's take a look at this. I'm going to try and get into some sort of a zone here because this is really, really bad. You can see this RFD gust front right here. This is indicative of a very strong tornado, and you can see it over here as well. And it's wrapping up into this. So the tornado would be somewhere in here. I mean, this is worst case scenario unfolding right now in the southern portions of St. Louis. Why this is not a tornado emergency, I don't know. But if you're watching, this is an emergency for you if you are in the path of this. Oh my god. Let's take a look. Oh my god, let's take a look at correlation coefficient. So, we are beginning to see debris on the correlation coefficient. And you can see it right here, just to the I mean, this is basically right on St. Louis. I mean, that's. I don't even know what to say. I, this might not be debris. It might just be getting. I don't know. This might be a really big tornado. I don't know what's going on in the chat. Yeah, the donut hole on velocity does not look good. You can see. Oh, and this should be Tor emergency. I think that. I mean, honestly, hopefully people are paying attention in St. Louis, and the news people are doing their thing. I mean, I'm just one person. Oh, you know, and I only have a few viewers. Honestly, like I'm not. I got 4 people on, and I appreciate all 4 of you. I just wish that I could get people from St. Louis to have watched this before. Hopefully, Max Velocity or Ryan Hall have people on their streams watching from St. Louis area, and that people have taken shelter is all I could hope and pray for. And I know that the National Weather Service people are doing the best that they can. I have no idea if Ryan Hall is live. No clue. But you can see this obvious debris ball just south of Sauget, or Sauget, however you're supposed to say it. So it went through. Thankfully, I mean, I don't even know. I just hope that people took shelter. I hope they heeded the warnings. This is why we tell people, heed the warnings. Okay, good. Because I know they have a lot more. They get a lot more coverage than me. I'm just a. Reed's way further south. He's not up in St. Louis. Is it possible he decided to try to go up there? Maybe. I don't know if he'd have been able to make it there in time. He was pretty far south. But, not really. I mean, this is not good. I'm sure Reed's fine. This is a very dangerous situation. This has plowed through the southern portion of St. Louis. I mean, this should have been a tornado emergency, 100%, and it's still not updated. I mean, maybe we can cross our fingers and hope that it's dissipated. But to me, just looking at this, 9:51, 3 minutes ago, you still see that debris ball and the reflectivity. I guess we're just gonna wait for the next scan. Let's look at it on radar. Our GR analyst. You can see the debris ball there as this has moved to. This looks like it's more up to date. 254. Yeah. This is already on the other side of St. Louis now. This just hasn't updated yet. Let's take a look at radar scope and see if it's gotten any faster. Yeah. You can see it there. Let's take a look at correlation coefficient on radar scope. Why do I not have anything but reflectivity and velocity? What? Why don't I have the other ones? Okay. Well, let's go to GR analyst. Let's look at NROT real quick. I mean, definitely something there. Kind of hard to see if there's any debris ball. Maybe they're looking at it and they don't see that. Maybe that's why they haven't. Wait, do I have two? No, I don't. Okay. It's definitely a bad situation, regardless of how you look at it. I mean, if there's a tornado in there, this is really bad. Have we seen anything on social media about this? I haven't looked. So I'm gonna go check social media real quick and see if there's anything about this. I don't know where Villa Ridge is. Um, Trailer park completely destroyed in Villa Ridge, Missouri. Emergency crews evaluating the area. Multiple people trapped at a Burger King after a tornado moved through. That was from Live Storm Chasers. I'm not seeing anything. Facebook's terrible for up to date information. Well, maybe. I mean, just looking at it, looking on my own screen, I mean, this is still not updated. I don't know what's going on with Radar Omega. But if we look at this, it's already moved through St. Louis. But this is so pixelated. I'm not even going to use this. If we look, let's go look at radar scope. I may have to close radar scope and restart it. Okay, let me take. I'm gonna look at X real quick and see what I can see now that this is moved. It's still going through St. Louis, but hopefully there's no tornado there now. Let's see. There's a tornado crossing I-44 in Pacific, Missouri. So these are further south, the ones further south. Let's see if I can get Radar Omega to. Oh, Radar Omega is finally updated. This could be debris. I don't even know. I don't know if there was actually a tornado there. I mean, there had to have been for a little bit, and then we have another potential one down here, but I don't see a tornado warning on it. Tornado warning observed is still on that one. Let's go down here, outskirts of the radar. Let's switch to this one. We have Van Buren, Alton, Cherokee Village, and Horseshoe Bend. We have one north at Conway. I've been to Conway a few times in my life. Let's take a look at the Little Rock radar. Radar indicated rotation. And then Arkadelphia, Hope. This is going all the way down to basically Texarkana. So you have a line of tornado warnings from Springfield all the way to Texarkana, basically. I mean, that's just nuts. Go back to the St. Louis storm to see what it's doing. I don't know. I'm not hearing anything about St. Louis. Man. Somebody posted on X. I'm having a hard time keeping up with these. Yeah, I hear it. You got something? Okay, let's see what you got. Unforgiven. I guess you're gonna tag me. I'll look for it. Let's see. I'm not seeing. Oh, interesting. Okay, I have something. Yeah, what's up?
Tornado emergency for Van Buren.
Van Buren? Okay, let's, I'm gonna switch gears here to Van Buren, but there's video, I'm gonna retweet it on X, of power flashes and whatnot in the St. Louis metro. But let's go down to Van Buren, Arkansas. Tornado emergency. And there it is, right there. There's your tornado emergency. Let's see if I can find the best radar. I cannot see with this. This looks like... let's see if I can do this with an analyst. Oops, sorry, I didn't mean to cover up the screen. I'm going to try and switch to the correct radar so I can show you guys a little bit better. Okay, you almost cannot see this on here. It's no different on the no different on GR Analyst, and this looks like it's probably the closest radar. So we'll just keep it with Radar Omega here. But we have a tornado emergency, particularly dangerous situation. Damage threat is catastrophic. This is for Van Buren, Arkansas, or no, Van Buren, Missouri. Excuse me, I know there's also a Van Buren, Arkansas, but this is for Missouri. Right along US 60, just to the north of US 60 in Van Buren. It's really hard to see what's happening on radar. They must have been spotted or something. KLZX. Let's see. Which one's KLZX? Is that Springfield? I don't know which one that is. You can see it from the Springfield radar, though. The LZX is Little Rock. Oh, yeah, no, that's the one in Little Rock. I should know that one since I lived there for 4 years. But this looks like it's the best one in terms of our velocities. I mean, it's so far from any radars right here. But we have an ongoing tornado emergency for Van Buren, Missouri. And I'm just going to leave that there. Let me take this. I'm going to... well, if I can get a hold of it. And I'm going to paste this in here. Not very often you see a Tor E. What a long night. Even longer for the people on the ground. Okay, here we go. Tornado emergency for Van Buren. Is this in Arkansas? Van Buren? Hold on. Nope, that's Missouri. Yep. I mean, look at how many tornado warnings there are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's the same tornado, though. 5, 6. That's all for the same one. Maybe 7, 8, 9. Got 9 tornado warnings. 100% tornado outbreak. This does not look good. It looks like there's one maybe by Alton starting to develop too. This is not a good night for the people of Missouri or Arkansas. I'm on mute for a few minutes here. There we go. I hit the wrong button. I still ended up effectively muting the stream, but I didn't do it in the way I normally do. Okay, cool. Okay, so Van Buren, Missouri, still under a tornado emergency. Damage threat is catastrophic. Yours might be just a little bit behind. There we go. Okay, cool. So there's still tornado warnings everywhere. Let's go back up to St. Louis real quick. I mean, this thing is still going, although it doesn't. There's so many polygon boxes that it's kind of hard to see what's going on. Some of them have probably expired. That's a good question, Wells. I don't know. Let's see who else on here. I just got a couple people. I don't know why the major news outlets aren't, but you know how they are. I mean, they probably don't. I don't want to say. I can't speak for them, so I don't know. Let's take a look at the radar here. I mean, they're just tornado warnings everywhere. Let's move out of split screen and zoom out so you guys can get an idea of the enormity of this system. Let's measure the distance. So from our northernmost tornado warning to our southernmost tornado warning is over 500 miles. So we have over 500 miles of tornado warnings ongoing, with multiple particularly dangerous situation tornado warnings having already occurred, as well as a tornado emergency currently ongoing in and near Van Buren, Arkansas. Earlier, about 30 minutes ago, for those of you who have not seen the stream earlier, we had a possible strong tornado go through southern St. Louis. Still no confirmation on whether there was actually a tornado on the ground in that part of St. Louis. I know there was one prior to it, but did it dissipate or not? I don't know. I still haven't heard anything. So we'll find out. Hopefully everyone is okay in St. Louis. Like, I'm praying that everyone is okay. Sirens were sounded. Yeah, I mean, anybody can go flip the switch on the siren. That doesn't necessarily confirm a tornado, per se. I mean, I've been in plenty of situations where there was no tornado, but a tornado warning was ongoing, or the tornado sirens were going. As long as there's a tornado warning, the emergency manager will flip the siren. I mean, that's just kind of how things work. Sometimes they'll even do it for severe thunderstorm warnings. But there's tornado warnings everywhere. I mean, this is insane. I'll have to take a look and see. Unforgiven, I'm seeing you mentioned to me a few times. Okay, so I'm looking at this. Okay, I'm gonna see. This is on Missouri Dot, so I don't have a problem sharing this on the live stream. It's publicly available. So let me see if I can pull it up. Let me see. And then I don't need this. Let's pull this up. This is from earlier. And this is a possible tornado knocking out the camera, and it buffers a little bit. And you can see cars driving on the highway still. And then there it goes. It takes it out. Or it dies at the end there. One way or another, that's just That's just crazy. Thanks for sharing that with me, Unforgiven. I'll repost it. It looks like the tornado emergency is now been allowed to expire. So that's good. Still observed tornado warning going on north of Van Buren, Missouri, though. Let's see, take a look at some of these other. Oh, man. That was a pretty big tornado there south of West Plains, Missouri. Man, it's just so terrible. Yeah, it also could have been debris hitting the camera. That's true. It could have been lightning taking it out too. I mean, you never know. But there was a tornado in the area potentially. So let's go back up here to St. Louis and see what's going on. We got our radar indicated. We've not paid much attention to these storms in Illinois. So let's see. Can I get the Macomb radar? That is a really short range. Let's look at the Chicago radar. I mean, we're not getting much out of that. The Indianapolis radar is there. We're just gonna have to stick with these because this radar up here is not very. This is radar indicated. Radar indicated. Let's go back to take a look at these. How does this compare to the first part of the 2011 super outbreak? To be honest, I can't answer your question. I was only 2 years out of the military back then, and didn't pay nearly as much attention as I do today. So I don't really have any direct first-hand experience to go by. So sorry, I can't really answer that question. But I would imagine it's relatively similar. I don't know though. I haven't studied that very much either, so guess we'll see. Let's get rid of this little message. I mean, this is an ongoing situation, and we're just gonna continue watching it. Okay, I was getting a little confused there with the placement of the radar. You are one. I feel old. But this is still an ongoing outbreak, and if we zoom out, really far. I mean, this goes real far, all the way. I mean, and then you have like this meso discussion down here. So they're talking about issuing a watch down here in East Texas, up through Shreveport and Texarkana, all the way down into north of Houston, almost to Austin. And then you have another meso discussion about the tornado watch for parts of Mississippi there. So as this line pushes towards the east, tomorrow, Meridian, Starksville, Birmingham, this whole area is under high risk tomorrow. I am not surprised that Radar Omega would have tweeted about it. I follow them. I didn't see it, but then again, I haven't been paying much attention. But I'm going to look real quick. I mean, I can't keep up with all these tornado warnings. There's just no way. But let's take a look at the outlook for tomorrow real quick. We're going to go turn the outlook on. So this is the high risk for tomorrow. And you can see kind of the shape of the slight risk here, the enhanced, the moderate, and then the high. And then, of course, the green line is the marginal. Now, risks go from 7 a.m. to 7 a.m. the next day. So the risk for today, which if we go to today's risk, which is a moderate, right? And this moderate area is this the, no, that's the tornado watch. Let's see if we can turn that off. I can't focus. I don't know. No, it's not this. Weather alerts. If we, why is it still on? Is it meso discussions? Must be the mesoscale discussion. Let's turn these off. There we go. Okay, so if we turn off the mesoscale discussion, you can see the moderate, and it's huge. You can see this red outline going all the way down to Jackson. And honestly, I think they probably could have drugged this back towards Arkansas, because these tornado warnings here are in the marginal, which is why a lot of times we say that don't pay attention to the specific colors. You have to be mindful regardless of where you are in the risk, because these risk categories are all based on probability. The larger number of storms there are, the higher the probability is that somewhere within 25 miles someone's going to see a tornado, or whatever the risk happens to be. In this case, we're dealing with a tornado outbreak. So, okay. Let me go take a look at that real quick. Well, yeah, no, the risk categories, once the risk is up, you're right. I mean, the risk category doesn't matter. But the point that I'm trying to make is that they do this based on expected storm reports. So that's the highest. The red, moderate, and the high for tomorrow is where they expect the highest density of storm reports for tornadoes. So let me turn this off because it's kind of distracting. But you can see, I mean, there's just a huge line. St. Louis, still some ongoing tornado warnings. Radar indicated. So let me take a look at this tweet real quick. Notifications. I'm trying to, do I need to refresh my screen? Let's see. Oh, yeah. Unforgiven. I think I tweeted that one earlier, or I meant to at least. That one from Marcy. I actually know Marcy. Wonderful person. But let's see. Max velocity. Villa Ridge. Okay. You said that you tagged me. I don't see your tag in my list. Let me go back to the chat because I can't see it. Kieran, who'd you tag? Did you tag Unforgiven or did you tag me? Because I don't see it. Okay, I'll wait for you guys to figure out if okay, maybe you followed me. Okay, let me see. I'm not seeing it. I'm listing all of them. I don't see it on here. Let me go take a look at my followers. It doesn't. I didn't get a notification that you followed me. Unless I just missed it. Let me scroll down. I see some from 20 minutes ago, but they're all from Unforgiven for the most, pretty much in their entirety. Let's see. Nope, I'm not seeing it. Not seeing it, bud. I'm going to scroll down to my actual feed and see if I see anything. Oh my god. Okay, so I'm going to read this tweet to you guys. X is probably overloaded, yeah. There's video of it going to... Yeah, see if you can tag me. Maybe X is just kind of having a hard time with tweets. Maybe it's just not showing. But I am reading this very hard to read post. From Zach Hardcastle WX. Just got off the phone with a close friend at my church. She's in Franklin, Arkansas, and she just got hit by the tornado up there. Nothing but a foundation left at the house. They were in the storm cellar. Their car is totaled in a field. I'm going to retweet this or repost it. West Plains. Trying to see if I can see it. I'm seeing stuff about West Plains, but okay, let's see. I got 35 new posts. I can't. I don't know. I'm not seeing it in here. Oh, okay. I'm going to stop looking at social media. But it just retweet it to me or repost it now. I'm so used to saying retweet. Oh, I see. I just got a notification. Let's see. Let me go take a look. Notifications. Oh, this is... Oh, you're talking about the mesoscale discussion. There's a new one. Long track supercells with a history of tornadoes will continue to pose a significant tornado threat for the next couple of hours. This covers most of the Missouri boot heel, northeastern Arkansas, and you can just see this line of supercells. This is something that we have not seen in a very long time. I mean, this is just insane to see this many. I mean, this isn't like a squall line. These are individual supercells basically up and down a line throughout the middle of the United States. I mean, there's really not any other way to put it. That is pretty crazy. I just don't even know what to say, to be honest. I'm going to play this. And we can just kind of sit back and watch it. Still ongoing tornado warnings in southwest Arkansas. We now have a severe thunderstorm warning north of Yazoo City, Mississippi. This is going to be very long rest of the night and into tomorrow for the people of Dixie Alley, the Midwest. This is just insane. Let's go take a look at these storms in St. Louis. I mean, they're still going. These are a little bit more clustered up here. So let's take a look and dive into that a little bit. Since, I mean, there's just so many tornado warnings. I'm going to show you guys. Let's get this out of here. Oh, I have more than one window with X open. Okay, let's close that one. I'm going to do something real quick. I'm going to pull up our mesoanalysis of this. Not that one. I need to change sectors. Okay. Let's pull up the mesoanalysis, and I'm going to try and do this while we still look at the radar. So the mesoanalysis is over here on the right side, and you can see this massive oblong-shaped low-pressure system still moving forward here, right? So let's see, can I really need to change sectors. Is it this one? This one. That's too far. The sector selection here is kind of wonky. I guess this is the best we're going to do. So let's take a look at our thermodynamics really quickly. And you can see the largest cape values, and there's a lot of capping going on, but that's kind of not relevant since all this is ongoing. But you can see the nose of this surface-based instability punching up here into central Missouri and Illinois. And then you have all of this instability down there at the bottom and coming into Tennessee, but really over southeastern Arkansas. And that's going to kind of be the focus going forward into tomorrow. Let's take a look at our helicity values. I mean, this is unbelievable. Look at this. The Missouri boot heel into southern Illinois, we're looking at 550. Let's go look at the hodograph map, and you can see these very enlarged looping hodographs. Let's move. Whoa, I can't seem to move this without moving it too much. Okay, so I'm gonna zoom in some more. So you can see this. I think these are the ones up by St. Louis, up here, kind of towards the top of the screen. And then you see the Missouri boot heel in northeastern Arkansas, and you can see these looping hodographs. I mean, there's a lot of available wind shear for tornadoes here. This is just the start, right, of this event. So this is absolutely wild to see. Let's look at our significant tornado parameter, but we're going to look at the 0 to 500 because that seems to be more of an indicator. And these are like off the charts. If you look at this up here in northeastern Arkansas, and then you compare it to what we're seeing, I mean, these, they're not the same size here, but you can see all of these, this area where all this is. I mean, you're talking about those are some ridiculous values. 0 to 500. Even down here into southern Arkansas, eastern Arkansas. And as you get up into Illinois, it starts to decrease the further into Illinois you get. But southeast Missouri, the Missouri boot heel into northeastern Arkansas, eastern Arkansas, that's going to be probably the focus. And if you zoom out here, you can kind of see that's pretty much, there's still some tornado warning up here, but this whole area right here is kind of right where this bullseye is. Like right here is kind of where that bullseye is, and this is moving into that environment. Same thing with these southern storms here. These are moving into this environment over here. So this really isn't going to get any better. I hate to say that, but this is going to be an ongoing event. Let me switch back to y'all's comments here because I can't see them. We could pull up the storm reports, sure. Let's pull up the storm reports real quick. Let me pull that up. Let's go back to the SPC homepage. Let's see if I can find it. And you really don't get a very good view of the storm reports. You can't like zoom in. But so far we have 5 tornado reports, 153 wind reports, 59 hail reports, and a total of 216 overall. So most of these tornado reports are from Franklin County, and then the one in St. Louis County. Relayed report of a house destroyed on Scotch Drive in Bridgeton. So I remember we were looking at that. So those are your tornado reports. Yeah, this is historic and not in a good way, that's for sure. Observed tornado warning here in northern Arkansas. Let's pull up the Memphis radar. And if you look at this, you can see the donut hole in it. Right there. So, more destruction. And if we pull up velocity, you can see the ongoing tornado here just north of Ravenden Springs. It's easier to see on velocity. But this is unreal. I'm not going to be able to stay up a whole much longer because I'm going to have to get some sleep, especially if I'm going to be doing this again tomorrow. I'd love to stay up all night and do this, but I just don't know if I have it in me. That's assuming I can even sleep tonight. I mean, this is a historic outbreak, 100%. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm gonna go down here to Central Arkansas real quick, because let's switch to Little Rock radar. So this is an area I spent 4 years in back in the early 2000s. So about 20 years ago. And for some of you will remember, I think it's the 2014 Valonia, Arkansas tornado. I was not there at the time, but now we have a tornado warning for north of Little Rock Air Force Base, which is right here. That's where I was stationed. Stationed there for 4 years. So you have Cabot, Austin, Ward, Beebe, McRae, and Garner all the way up. Did they turn this into an interstate? Oh my god, I did not know they turned that into an interstate. Holy crap. That used to be just a normal US highway. Shows how much I pay attention to it. But this is going right up the interstate here to Cabot. I mean, it looks like it's going to pass probably right through BB. There's definitely a populated area through here. So it's definitely something to keep an eye on. Of course, got a thunderstorm warning up north of Searcy. Batesville, got a pair of tornado warnings up there. Hope, still a tornado warning ongoing there. They're just everywhere. I can't keep up. This is just, there's just so much. Well, I think I'm going to be done for tonight. I'd really like to keep going for you guys, but I'm starting to get tired. I need to give my voice a rest. I need to relax a little bit so I can sleep. And so I can be prepared for tomorrow. And I'm going to do the best that I can tomorrow. Hopefully you guys join me, and hopefully we can get a few more people on. This was kind of later in the day. But, you know, even if it's one person, even if I get one person and it helped them, then it's worth it. But regardless, I will see you guys on the next live stream, most likely tomorrow. right here from my house. I appreciate y'all for hanging with me, and I will be back. Don't forget to like and subscribe if you haven't already. Oh, of course, if you're in the chat, you've already subscribed. So appreciate y'all, and I will see y'all tomorrow. It's on your X account. I'll see if I can find you on X, but I'm gonna be out. So I'll see y'all tomorrow.